Good evening, everybody. How's everybody doing on this fine Wednesday? Let's check everything, make sure we're running perfectly on everything here. Yep, sound is working. That's how I check. I turn on the stream. Make sure I can hear something. There we go. We're good. How's everybody doing? Are we ready for some Falconer builds today? Because that is what time it is today. It's time for some Falconer build proper builds, proper fleshed out endgame, fully min-maxed builds. Morning, Wally. How's it going, man? We made it through all of the warlock leveling sessions. Oh my god. I'm happy to be taking a 1 week break from running campaigns. Oh, we got a sub right away. Thank you, Beacha0019. Thank you. Welcome and irashimase. Thank you for the prime. Yeah, let's get started. Let's get planning. First, I wanted to try this one build that I had in mind last time because I think it's going to be absolutely ridiculous DPS. And by the way, I had an idea today. Hey, Yapostia. And hey, Awizi as well. I didn't say hi because we were just chatting. So in my mind, we were talking this whole time. But yeah, how's it going? Beacha. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. I feel like I can only output maybe like a half or maybe like a third of everybody else because I have a full-time job and kids and everything. So I can only do stuff in the evenings. So I'm hard on myself sometimes, but I try to keep it realistic. I cannot output as much as everybody else does in terms of content creation. So I'm glad when you guys come up by and, share the love. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Imperio, as well. Right? Wheezy, good sir. Welcome to my stream. Yeah, the new Shaman info. Yeah, let's quickly talk about the new Shaman info. Hey guys. Thank you, Postia. Thank you guys. 1 sec. Let me pull up the Shaman stuff real quick. We're only going to touch on it because, they didn't share the full tree, so there's not too much to talk about. Yeah, so Shaman, yeah, that's a fair point. So Shaman, they released new info that one of the skills, Tempest Strike, which if you go to Shaman today, you can see Tempest Strike here. And it has been a meme of a skill for the longest time. Everybody would make fun of this skill because of how bad it is. But they're reworking it. It's going to get a complete skill tree rework. It's going to be hopefully awesome. And then Gathering Storm is a brand new skill that they're adding for... It's not for Shaman. I do believe it's going to be for Primalists. So like in this area right here. Actually, no. Is it for Shaman? Is it in here? Is Gathering Storm Shaman specific? Okay, so Gathering Storm will become available for all Primalists level 2. So it's going to be right around here somewhere. Oh, it's going to replace Ice Thorns. Okay, that's a good point too. Ice Thorns is gone. Wah, wah, wah. Any fans of Ice Thorns around here? Sorry for the sad news. No more Ice Thorns. Oops. Closed this by accident. And then let's see what else is happening. So, strike your enemy with a mighty lightning power storm. When you use Gathering Storm and hit at least one enemy, you gain a storm stack. Every second, you expend a storm stack to cause Storm Bolt to strike a nearby enemy. This interval is reduced by 2% every stack you currently have. That sounds kind of cool. That does sound kind of cool. And I think it sounds like they're probably going to add some mana generation with this skill as well. So I wonder how many stacks you can feasibly get up to if you have like insane melee attack speed. Gathering Storm costs 0 mana by default, inherently gains 4% increased damage per point of strength. Each point of attunement grants 1 spell damage. Weird scaling. Yeah, this is very weird. So you could scale attunement and melee attack speed. So ignore the strength because you don't need melee attack damage. Scale the attunement and scale the attack speed, so then you're zapping a lot. That could be interesting. So it could be, yeah, it could be kind of neat. Various ways to generate, spend, and manage stacks. Frostbringer. Okay, so it becomes a cold damage skill, nothing too fancy. Converting shock to frostbite chance is nice from all sources. That's kind of interesting. Hey, Big Wolf. How you doing, man? Can you guys see this actually? Where did the AoE stuff go? Oh, it's there. Okay, it's there. Frostbite Cold Pan per 2 attunement. It's not bad. But you cannot get too much attunement probably. You can probably get like 100 attunement. So 50% Cold Pan is decent, but it's not OP. So this is good scaling. This is the kind of stuff that they should use on Falconer. You know what I mean? Like when you're min-maxed, you get 50% more damage, not 5,000,000% more damage. Range spell conversion. Lagonian diplomacy. I like that. Lagonian diplomacy. Range skill, 6 mana cost. Does he have AoE? Okay, so it casts Stormbolt. Okay, so you can spam Stormbolt even more. And it becomes a spell. That's cool. That's cool. I like that. Dual wielding, additional Stormbolt. Okay, okay. I might do a dual wielding double axe gameplay with this ability. I might do, yeah. That sounds fun. Dual wielding and you get double the Stormbolts. Oh my god, dude, that's sweet. Fair enough, fair enough, fair enough, fair enough. I'm not going to play Shaman for a long time, so I might ask Oiz to try it. Oh, that looks fun, man. I always like dual wielding builds. Oiz, are you going to try this? Are you going to try dual wielding? Look at this. Look at all the zaps. Can you imagine getting like 200 melee attack speed? Zap, 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 zap. Hey, Bad Dawn. Wait a second. Can you dual wield? Dude. Dude. Wait, no. Oh, this has to be with the staff. I was going to say dual wield and Lagonian diplomacy. No, it doesn't work. No, Lagonian. Damn, Lagonians only use staves. The bastards. Yeah, I was going to say, can you do a wand? Can you do wand in the main hand and axe in the offhand? I think you can. A wand is a weapon. Yeah, so I would consider trying that. A scepter. A scepter's probably better. Scepter and axe. Mad Lato and Cleaver. Yeah. You for sure you can in the game. I'm just wondering whether they have introduced some sort of restriction on the skill here, but it doesn't read like it has any restrictions. Colnivar's claim, yeah, that's a good idea on this one. Colnivar dual, one Colnivar, one axe. Whirlwind tactics. Whenever you use a companion ability, you expend Stormstruck over the next. Stormbolts triggered this way deal only 15% more damage. Yeah, I don't know about that. What's making all these zaps happen? I'm so confused. Oh, because you're dual wielding. Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't know about this one. This doesn't feel that strong, to be honest. 15% more is not crazy. One-handed staff win? Yes, please. I would like that. Okay, and now we get into Tempest Strike. So honestly, this skill, it looks like it can be fun, but again, we haven't seen any of the more multipliers. If the skill doesn't have a sufficient number of more multipliers, it's garbage. Actually, it could be utility. It can be utility, but it cannot be your main DPS source. So I shouldn't say it's garbage, but it's either utility or garbage. So we have to see whether it has more multipliers. We have to see what kind of utility bonuses it gives you. I know for a fact EHG wanted to make a mana generating skill, so I think this has to be it. So there must be like mana generating stuff here. So this is probably it, right? Like this looks like a mana generation skill node right here, right guys? Is this the skill tree, do you think, for this skill? Yeah, it looks like it. The biggest power of this skill that it replaces all procs of lightning from all other skills. Sorry, what do you mean it replaces all procs of lightning from all other skills? What do you mean by that? Oh, the passive tree. Oh, the passive tree. Okay. Let me read these. So 40% lightning strike, more lightning strike damage, 200% more lightning strike damage. Hey, that's not bad. There was one more. Where did the other one go? There was one more other one. So there's Thunder Strike, Lagon's Answer, and Lagonian Wrath. Thunder Strike, Lagon's Answer. Okay, this one. Oh, this is when you get hit yourself. So this is whatever. But these two, melee attacks, your spells. Okay, so that's anyway. But okay, these procs are interesting, but the most important one is this one: triple damage. Triple damage is legit. Leap Slam. Earthquake procs? Earthquake procs? Okay, sorry, my bad. I misunderstood that skill. See, I thought to myself, do I need to read all this text? Clearly, I needed to read all this text. So you're saying there's lightning zaps? Oh, Earthquake casts Lightning Storm. Okay. All right. So if you spam Earthquake, how many lightning storms do you get? Oh, maybe there's some potential. But again, there needs to be some more multipliers on top of what we have already. Let me just read this one more time. It's also worth noting that all references to the lightning ability in the Shaman passive tree and some of the other abilities have been changed to Stormbolt. All instances of Stormbolt use Gathering Storm Stormbolt. Even when your Primal Wolves cast it. Meaning these additional Stormbolt triggers synergize very well with Gathering Storm to create a quick, quite frenetic storm of lightning. That sounds fun. This is going to be a really fun playing style. Zapping everything around you, this is going to be fun. I wonder if they're going to rework some of these more multipliers. Spell Quake. Spell Quake. Please, spell Quake. How about Storm Totem? What do these guys do? Oh, that's a retaliation. Maelstrom. Oh yeah, this one is so bad. Tornado with zaps. Oh yeah, this is gonna be pretty crazy. Oh, there's gonna be so many zaps, dude. No, he didn't say junk. He said janky. Janky. Meaning it's gonna look cool. I think that's what he meant. Spamming Storm Totem and Tempest Strike Totems. Oh my god, I'm gonna love the zaps. I like zaps already. I like builds with like a lot of lightning zaps just because they're visually impressive and fun. That's why I played Lightning Blast as Sorcerer, you know? So that looks kind of fun. I might have to try Shaman. Although I already have a Shaman in online. Huh, that sucks. I made Shaman at the wrong time, guys. Anyways, so let's look at Tempest Strike. Rework. Powerful, high-cost combo ability, which triggers a Tempest with each strike. 16 mana cost. They don't say the scaling with spell damage numbers. Yeah, man, you're playing it at the right time. I played it too early. Too early. But that's okay. Da, 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 da. Druid's Call. While transformed and you use any melee attack and hit at least one enemy, you have a chance to cast each Tempest of a matching damage type. Matching to what? I guess if it's physical, it's going to be Tornado or something. Tempest chance while transformed, 5%, 5 points to 25 maxed. 75% mana cost, okay. So yeah, so you can do bug and cast little tornadoes. Tempest Sacrificing. So yeah, you can delete your Thunder Tempest for more attack speed and lower mana cost. 1 week till server crash. Shaman's going to be your third character as you make. That's nice that we can plan ahead. Oh wow, look at these fiery tornadoes, dude. Whenever you cast Wind Tempest, you have a chance to also cast Tornado. Hey, look at that. So many tornadoes. And the totem stuff looks cool. Random amount of more cast speed. What? Totem limit. I don't know why they put totem limits. But clearly you can make more than one somehow. I don't know. More Tempest chance. So more visually impressive. Okay, that's pretty much it. We just really have to see this skill tree for this Tempest stuff. It's hard to judge what's going on. Hey Garfield, thank you for the sub. Thank you, irashaimase. I think that's a YouTube sub. Lightning wolves with the new lightning stuff. Yeah. And there was that helmet that did lightning wolves things. Where'd it go? How of the west wind? Lightning strike retaliation. Something like this, yeah. It's just retaliation, though. You think Totem Tempest Strike? Yeah, we gotta see the rest of the tree. It's so hard to tell without the rest of the tree. I think Tornado's damage type should match your skilled Tornado. So you have Tornado here. And you can convert it to fire, but it should just match your Tornado because it's based off your Tornado skill tree. Because there's Wind Tempest. The Wind Tempest is the mini tornado, but there's a proper big tornado, which is your actual tornado, right? So the fiery one is your actual tornado, and then the gray one is your Wind Tempest. Squirrel tornado. How about a Sharknado? Okay, forget Squirrelnado. We need a Sharknado. That would be the day. If they add a freaking Sharknado in this game, man. I'm not Sharknado. Yeah, we might have to retire. Your tornado has been infused with sharks! No. You hope that all this new broken superpowered skills goes live. We get to have fun with them for the entire season 1 before nerfs. They have started doing that and holding back on nerfs until later on. New Aquafin gloves turn your wolves into yeah, that would be hilarious. Yeah, we just need to get a big streamer to come in and request for that item. Because it wasn't until Zizerun came by that they created the squirrel's helmet. So now we need another streamer. Let's say, I don't know, Crip comes around. Crip comes around and is like, all right, I want sharks in the game. Here you go, Sharknado. Yeah. All right, let's get on with the Falconer, guys. Are you ready? And before I start with the Falconer build planner, I have a rough build idea in my mind, but we have to fine tune it. But before I get started, I was thinking today, this idea just popped into my head, and I'm not going to be able to play Falconer for a very long time. No, it's not going to be exploding by this. So I'm not going to be able to play Falconer for a very long time, but I want to see if the build that we're going to make today is viable. So maybe I'll do a challenge where I'll post the build up online on YouTube, and you know, people can try it out. And if anybody takes the build, and we'll have some arbitrary metrics like Jora under 20 seconds, and let's say corruption 500 or 400. I don't know how the new corruption is going to work. So we'll have to test the difficulty level of new corruption, but we can say, all right, if somebody clears this level of corruption and this kill speed on Jora, we can do a build showcase or like a build guide video of some sort. You think 300 corruption? Yeah, I think 300 to 400, somewhere in there. I don't think 500 is going to be the right number. I think 300 to 400 is going to be the new number. So I haven't figured out exactly. We'll fine tune those details later, but my point is I want to create some sort of structure where I can challenge everybody, challenge the whole community of Last Epoch to try out the builds and to see if they work. And We can do a YouTube video on it after and have some fun with it and showcase whoever did it and how they did it. Because it's not going to be ever one-to-one, right? It's never going to be one-to-one. And that way, I don't have to feel bad about not trying Falconer. Because I feel like I want to try everything. You know what they say? A wise person once said, too many games, too little time. They were very right. Too many classes, too little time is when it comes to Last Epoch. But yeah, I'm running Warlock first, and I'm going to be probably going Necro second potentially. So I'm not going to be able to play Falconer for quite a long time. Falconer second character. Nice. But yeah, okay. So anybody playing Falconer way ahead of me, consider that. Keep that in mind as we're going and making this build planner. And I'll see. Hopefully we can do at least 2 build planners today. But in order to do that, I got to go a little bit faster than usual. Last time when we did Warlock, I did that 1 build planner in 1 full stream. I agree. We got to do at least 2 builds today. Hey, Tomaka. Whoops. You don't have time to stay and watch, so you watch the VOD later? But you had a Falconer build idea around getting really high bleed on the Falcon. Then using Falcon Strikes for clear and single target. Throwing explosive traps to scale damage like crazy. CDR Falcon Strikes. Get mana. Get Dust Crowds. Yeah, that sounds like a good build concept to me. I think what I'm going to be doing is going to be somewhat similar, except not bleed. It's going to be hits. Bad Dawn between Warlock, Totems, Falconer. Okay, that's a lot of options, bro. You got to eliminate one of them. Royal Platinum is going to be Sentinel main. Yeah. All right. I'm going to get us started here. Explosive Ballistas, I think it sounds like a few people are already considering trying that out. But basically, my idea is going to be spamming Explosive Trap to trigger Sky Signal infinitely many times. And we'll think about how to do that. Ideally, we want them to explode, right? So one way to do it is make it range. But another way to do it is just spam too many of them so that the new ones that get spammed, once you go over your limit, I think the old ones get exploded. So I think we can get away with running melee, honestly. But running bow can be good too, because it gives you reach. So maybe we can do bow. Let's try bow. What do you guys think? Bow or melee? What do you guys think? Let's have a quick vote. Bow or melee? I think both of them can work. Bow or melee? We got 2 votes on bow, 0 on melee. Let's have a few more. 2-1, 3-1, 3 bow, 1 melee. Let's get a few more votes. Let's see. It sounds like we're doing bow though. So far, it sounds like we're doing bow. 3. Oh no, it's even. Oh no. Oh, are we tipping it over to melee? Oh no, it's back to even. Okay, we have one last vote. Okay, Hermit Craig has decided it. It's gonna be bow. Oh no! What are you doing to me, Dogmar? 5 on 5. Okay, one last vote. Come on, give me one last vote. Tim Schmidt. Oh, now we're back to melee from YouTube. We have a vote on melee from YouTube. Squirrels. For bow, you think it's a bit simple? What do you mean? I thought it would be more difficult because for melee, you just slap on that one shield and get tons of survivability. The reason I'm leaning towards bow personally is because it gives us reach. But I think melee is going to be crazy tanky, so I think that's fine too. You can bypass arming trap by spamming traps over the limit. Yeah, that's what I was saying as well. If you go over the limit, they explode. So melee is viable. Initially, when I first read it, I thought we need to trigger them instantly, so we need to go bow. But if you look at the video, I agree with you. You can just spam them over the limit, and you don't need to worry about instant explosion, instant detonation. Shadows will be able to use explosive traps? Are you kidding me? That is so broken. That is so broken. Thank you for confirming with Mike though, Tomak. That's helpful, bro. Appreciate it. Okay, let's start assuming we're going to run melee. So let's just get going. Obviously, we need attack speed. And I also just like running attack speed in general. So I think these are good nodes. I think these are good nodes. This is a good node. We will not be dual wielding. We might need mana gain here. We might need crit. We might need some other stuff. But for now, let's leave it like this. So then we go in here. I just want to unlock all the skills and then we'll fine tune the passive tree later. More damage with haste. But it's you, not your falcon. Base crit chance. Yeah, okay, sure. What was Crimson Shroud again? I know it gives bleed. But does it give anything else? Crimson. %5 less damage over time taken. Okay. So if we're not going a bleed build, it doesn't really work. So yeah, it's not great. Tarek kind of leaked the shadow thing on his Falconer leveling video. He has a Falconer leveling video. Technically, he's under an NDA, so he might get he might get in trouble for that. 5-point bonus. Falcon deals additional throwing damage. I don't think we'll be using throwing damage though. So we'll see about dexterity here. Max health gained as endurance. Let's just get some dex. We're not going to be wielding a two-hander, that's for sure. These early game are not the best, honestly. Haste on hit. We already have haste on hit. 1 second only. This is 2 seconds. I guess we can just get health and dodge. %5 block chance for 5 points. Is that worth? That might not be worth, honestly. But it's for our hero. We're not going to be dealing damage. It's gonna the minion is going to deal damage. Yeah, I think we just want dex. I don't think this is good. 5 points for 5 block. The increased damage with one-handed weapon is useless. So this is actually legit. We definitely want damage for Falcon. That's good. Here we go. This one we definitely want 3 points because we get mana gain on trap detonation. 1. So we're 100% getting 3 points in here. 5 points in here because we're going to be using a shield. Your Falcon gains a portion of your added throwing damage. Add a million throwing damage. Okay. Sure. I wonder how this is going to scale. Yeah, but I think we want this. 5 points. Dexterity and armor. That's not bad, honestly. Falcon ability is instant cast. Must have. Caltrops, increase damage, slow duration, more damage per slow. That's on you though, not on the Falcon. So we're not gonna do that. Not gonna do that. Glancing blow chance. I don't know, man. I kind of want this dexterity glancing blow. This is a crazy good node. And also Disc Shroud per chance, per hit. If we can get up to here, that's legit. The passive skill tree is too good, guys. What do we do? Choices, choices. Minion damage, Falcon Leech. Okay, Falcon Leech per dex. 3 points. You're joking, right? This is so OP, dude. This is ridiculous. We can easily get 100 dex. This is going to be 10% Falcon Leech to you. Oh my god, dude. Oh, it was changed. How much? Is it 1 life per Falcon hit? Okay. 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 Interesting. So we'll leave it at 3 points, but we may need to adjust it. So you're saying the armor per 2 decks. So, yeah, okay, that's... You have increased armor for each time your Falcon has hit an enemy recently. Yeah, this is really good, man. This is ridiculous. This is so broken, dude. Yeah, I mean, okay. Yeah, sure. Of course. Increased haste effect? Maybe we'll skip this one because we want to get a bunch of Blade Dancer nodes. Okay, we definitely need the crit multi though, right? So is this one good? I'm not sure about this crit avoidance one. Health gain on crit is great though. Crit avoidance. Your minions gain critical strike multiplier per 2% of your crit avoid. So if you have 100% crit avoid, that's 50 crit multi. Is it worth it to invest in higher crit avoidance though? That's the big question with this one. And is it worth it to get away from 20% all res, from the hybrid armor? Because you guys know, I know that I love hybrid armor. I'm a huge fan of hybrid armor. Let's leave this for now. We have 14 points unspent. There's a bunch of really good nodes right here. Melee attack speed is great. And we can definitely, this is within reach with 14 points. And a few throwing physical, melee physical is not bad either. So let's just think about it. Let's think about it as we spec into skills. Yeah, you can get 100 crit avoid with just the blessing. It's true. It's true. And then you get 18 health on crit. What, melee attack? Yeah, let's take a quick look. Okay, so 1 is going to be falconry, 2 is going to be explosive trap. 3, we probably need shift, or maybe we use one of these other ones. Let's just check. So first, falconry, this is a must. Crazy more multipliers. We can pop this. So this is good extra damage. I think we want the crit stuff down here, right? Highest damage increase, highest added crit crit multi. Yeah, we definitely want those. We definitely want all these hits. Extra 1 point. Easy point for mana regain. Yeah, this is mostly for the mana. Falconer's Mark? This only applies on our hero's damage. Or you mean this one? This one, it's decent. But it's still only 8% for Falcon Strikes. So if we have nothing else left, we're gonna put in this one. But there might be higher more multipliers. I just can't remember. This might be good though. When you consume a Falconer's Mark, your Falcon gains additional melee damage equal to a portion of your added melee damage, throwing damage, bow damage, or spell damage depending on the type of ability used to consume the mark. The effect lasts 10 seconds and can stack up to 10 times. That sounds insane, okay? Yeah, that sounds crazy to me. Consuming a Falconer's Mark instantly recovers Falcon Strike cooldown, but it now costs additional mana. So we have two options. If we can mana sustain properly, we can go to here. But if mana sustain is an issue, we go down this route, side by side. What do you guys think is better? Are we going to have enough mana? How much is Falcon Strike's mana cost? You think call? I like call, but 35 and then another 35? 70 mana? I like call, but we can get call from other sources. And this skill tree, it's so OP already. I don't know if we want to use skill points on call. 70 mana? I mean, we get mana gain from here. We can get mana gain from our passive skill tree, 8 per attack. We can get mana gain from our traps exploding. I think traps are going to be pricey though. Okay, I don't think we'll have enough mana. Yeah, let's assume we don't have enough mana and just keep it like this for now. Yeah, I mean, we can think about, so let's approach it like this. We'll keep it here for now, but as we go through the progression of the build, we will look for options to add mana sustain. So far, it's not enough. I agree with you. But that's what I'm saying. Let's keep this at the back of our mind. And as we develop the build, we can potentially go back and respec. Shift low life plus Falcon Strike getting 11 attacks. Oh, you're right. This is this is 11 times whatever your mana gain is. If you're hitting a boss, that is. This is so crazy, dude. This is ridiculous. Can you imagine if you have 120 total attributes? That's 3 mana per hit. Times 11 hits. That is 33 mana, dude. And you can easily get 160 attributes. Probably 200 if you want to run Red Ring. You know what I mean? Like, this is nuts. Let's say we have 200 attributes. This is 5 mana gain per... So, sorry, that's 5 mana gain per hit on a boss. Times 11. That's 55 mana right there, guys. I mean, I don't know. To me, that sounds pretty crazy. We might not even need low life. Might not even need low life. All right. Anyway, let's just keep it like this for now. We can always go back and respec. If we were to do it like this, I might think, you know, maybe 1 here, maybe 2 here. But we must get the cooldown reduction. And then we can just either get more damage or more falconer mark, depending on how this works. I'm not sure whether we'll need it, honestly. Because if we spam Falconer Strikes enough, maybe we don't need this. Okay, so that's Falconer or Falconry. And I mean, we already have an incentive to stack decks, guys. This is going to be insane. Yeah, this is going to be nuts. How much decks are we at? 42. Does Marksman have early decks? Marksman has early decks as well. +8 decks and dodge rating debuff. Not bad. Okay, there's more decks here. How about Synchronized Strike? Together with Shadow Cascade. That's also a good mana gain option. No, we're not going to be Shadow Cascading. Never mind. It's going to be Explosive Trap getting procced by a Synchronized Strike. So no, that's not going to be enough mana. I don't know if it's going to be a league starter. I think it's going to be an endgame build guide. And then I'm going to do a challenge for people to try it out and see who can be the first to take this build in an endgame. And I don't know, kill Joe under, let's say, 20 seconds, maybe 15 seconds. And get to corruption, I don't know, 400. I don't know. I haven't figured out the details yet, but I'm going to do a challenge like that. Because I can't play Falconer for a very long time, but I want to see whether the build is viable. You know what I mean? So I'm going to outsource the testing of the build to whoever wants to test it out. Because I'm sure a few people will check out the YouTube video. They'll be like, hey, this looks fun. They'll try it out. And maybe they can let me know how it goes. I think that would be fun. Anyways, okay, so let's go to Explosive Trap. The first thing we want is this broken Sky Signal. Absolutely broken. Tomaka, do you know if they're nerfing this? Because this is just so broken, dude. Yeah, this is just insane. Oh, look, you get free cooldown recovery too. This is ridiculous, dude. Yeah, this is just silly. Whenever one of your explosive traps detonate, your Falcon deals more damage. Oh, so wait, this is not going to be melee. This is going to be a throwing attack build, basically. And that's okay. We can stack throwing attack speed. Because, yeah, we need throwing attack speed because we're going to be spamming explosive trap. Yeah. No, I completely agree with you. This is so silly. This is just dumb. So we definitely want the mana efficiency because we are going to max. No. We don't need max traps. We just need additional traps thrown. And then we can get these extra ones here. Like that. So default and converted trap thrown. Mago Bastos, thank you for the sub. So now we're throwing 5 traps per cast. The cost is 24 divided by 1.32. And we could even trigger more. This is the stupid part. This is just crazy, dude. How does this Dusk Shroud chance work? Do you know? Does anybody know? The trap sprinkler? Yeah. These ones I think I would get, but I'm just thinking, how do these work? So if you explode it immediately because you're spamming them, you're not gonna get Dusk Shroud? So based on what we're trying to do, this is probably not a good option. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure about this one. Let's just assume we're gonna go here. And then trap pusher. Explosive trap has an additional chance to drop a fresh explosive trap via the trap sprinkler node. But explosive trap costs 1 mana. You don't think trap pusher? Let me read it again. Traps dropped by the trap sprinkler node are now instead flung at a nearby enemy. Yeah, I guess we don't need them to be at the enemy, because we're gonna explode them by just overwhelming them, getting too crazy of a count. Okay, well I think this is the skill tree. I thought we would need more points. Oh! We need yeah, we need this sabotage, subtle sabotage. We must get subtle because we don't care about the damaging area. That's irrelevant for us. I would like to get Joker's blueprint too. So I think +2 would be nice here. Yeah, exactly. So yeah, we're definitely getting subtle sabotage. Yeah, I think +2 on Joker is the play here. So let's do the math on the mana cost. So we're looking at 21 plus 10. So let's do a quick calc. It's going to be 31 times 0.6 divided by 1.32. So it's going to be 14 mana based on how these read. Because this is a multiplier. This is different from mana efficiency. This is mana cost reduction. Now we're casting 5 traps per cast. It's 5 traps per cast. 1 plus 2 plus these 2. So 5 traps per cast. And we're going to be running the rings that reduce throwing attack mana cost. At least tier 1. At least tier 1. Yeah, so we're gonna gain mana from traps, dude. This is dumb. This is dumb, guys. This is gonna be so broken. They need to fix this class. This is gonna be giga broken, dude. Okay, so right now, yes, but once we add the mana cost reduction from your rings, you're gaining mana. We're gaining mana, dude. Oh my god. Unbelievable. Okay, so we're definitely not going to be using sapping strikes because we're going to be mostly just spamming explosive trap, and that's a throwing attack. It's never going to be 0 mana cost, and that's fine. Do we have any other dexterity nodes? Any other dexterity nodes? That's fine. And I also remembered we don't need this because this only procs on melee and we're going to be throwing. +2 which? Oh, the +2 on the skills. Yeah. 54 dex before gear. That's crazy, man. All right, so that's 2 of the skills so far solved. Now, basically what we want next is we know we're going to be spamming explosive traps. So we don't want any other skills that require cast time or that require spamming. So we're not going to be running any other throwing skills, nothing else that requires spamming. The only thing we can consider is synchronized strike, perhaps, to activate shadows. If they're going to be throwing, if all of our shadows are throwing 5 explosive traps, dude, I don't even know what happens, dude. The entire screen is going to explode. 5 shadows, yeah, that's... I don't know, man. That's going to be ridiculous. So 3 shadows. I don't think we can run 5. Well, maybe we can run 5. Because this doesn't count. So yeah, we can do 5 shadows, dude. Net gives another 40 more. Falcon damage to netted enemies. Yeah, that's a good option. Let me just read these 2. I think these 2 are probably more viable. First of all, we need a mobility skill. We need a mobility skill. It's either going to be obviously shift or one of these 2. So we just need to determine, is aerial assault viable? Wait, which one is the traversal one? I think this is a traversal skill, right? Yeah. It doesn't have the tag right now, but it should be. Okay, so I think this is... I think we get aerial assault. Because look at this. Just the first node I read, dude. This is so broken. Just read this. Skyward swoop. A portion of aerial assault's cooldown is recovered when your falcon hits an enemy. When we activate Falcon Strike, it hits 11 times. Okay? Here's the math. I pull out a calculator. Here, I'll grab another spreadsheet so we can do math, guys. Spreadsheet math. Let me open one up, so I don't keep using my little calculator, so you guys can see as well, in case you don't trust me. Just in case you don't trust me, I'll pull up a new spreadsheet. One sec. Falconer OP is going to be the name of the spreadsheet. And we're going to activate dark mode because this is nasty. All right, perfect. Okay. So we said it's 0.9, right? To the power of 11. 0.9 to the power of 11. So basically, when you activate Falcon Strikes, you're taking away 70% of your cooldown of your skill. 70%. Because 0.9 to the power of 11, right? That's how it works. That's the math of this skill right here. So I'm going to spec into Aerial Assault and into Skyward Swoop because it sounds broken. That sounds broken AF. What? Who needs... Portion of your missing mana. Okay, so maybe... So this is nice too. 9% of your missing mana. So if we stack, like, let's say 300 mana, it's pretty trivial to get. Let's say 300 mana. That's 20... Well, missing mana though. Yeah, if we're at low mana, let's say like... Let's say we're at 100 mana. 9%. That's going to be like 18 mana. The mana cost of this skill is 6. Why is it 6? I don't know what's going on here. So this is possibly a viable option. What does this do? Directly using Aerial Assault, recovers a portion of the remaining cooldown of Falconry and Dive Bomb per 10 max mana you have. You know what? I think we go these two. And we just spam. But this is so crazy, dude. And we also have Falcon... Oh, it's not the Aerial Assault. Okay, so Falcon Strike and Dive Bomb are instant cast. But not Aerial Assault. Still though, I still think this is decent with very light mana investment. Like, we don't need to go all in on mana. If you want to see something broken in Aerial Assault, search Dodge. Dodge rating per dex. Nice. Dodge rating while traveling. What is aerial prowess? Oh, a bunch of health gain. Dodge rating while traveling. How long is the travel time anyway? Yeah, I guess so. Max dodge chance, basically what that is. All right. So we have a bunch of cooldown things. So these cooldown things, the way I envisioned the build is going to make it so that you can just kind of go hit a pack, activate falconry by spam a bunch of explosive traps. That's going to reduce your cooldown essentially to 0 on aerial assault, and then go to the next pack right away. So you can just iterate through packs really easily. A ward game. So if you have 3k life, which is trivial to get, and you're playing a low life, let's say, 1500 life becomes... Excuse me? It doesn't even get divided by half, dude. What is this? This is so broken. Yeah, this is just... And you can reduce the cooldown to like 1 second. I don't even know, man. Are we running low life, I guess? I guess we're running low life. I already have some passives that gives me life. Do I need to get rid of them? This is so busted, dude. How does this... Okay, we just need to get rid of this life leech. That's all. Get rid of the life leech. Health on block or glancing blow. That's kind of annoying. But we can deal with it. That's it, right? No more health gain? Ward retention? Why don't we just run a cleaver solution? I'm just kidding. We don't have strength. I just like cleaver solution, that's all. Let's think. How do we get... I mean, is there any other option other than the usual cold gloves, the frostbite gloves? Do we have any other gloves? As a cleaver solution for decks? No, dude, don't say that. That sounds broken. Do we have any other ward retention options? Hey, they might release some new items for ward retention. That would be an even more OP cleaver solution. Travel speed sounds nice. But honestly though, not 8%. I needed like 18%. Feather burst area, blah blah blah. This is going to be a mobility and utility skill. I don't want to be procking or speccing this into a damage skill. So let's not try to get a damage skill out of this. What else can we get though? Caltrops? No, we don't need caltrops. We could get some umbro blades. What can we do with umbro blades? We can get some dusk shroud. I mean, I guess we just go for low life. And we go for this stuff. Aerial prowess applies to other abilities? This gives us health gain per stack though, and we don't want that. Oh yeah, this is bad actually. If we're running low life, we definitely do not want this. This is a lot of recovery. This is a ton of health recovery. Shift has good life recovery too. Sorry, good mana recovery. I'm not loving this because right now we only have just these 11 points. Nothing else looks amazing. Frenzy duration would be nice. So the other option is to actually run it as a health gain. And then get these stacks. And then get these haste and frenzy durations. Something like this. Yeah, it doesn't look phenomenal. It looks great for a ward build potentially, but let's just think on it. How about dive bomb? Is dive bomb good? 7-second cooldown, so that is quite a bit of a cooldown. Fizz Rise Shred is nice. So this could be a utility skill. Crit multi-crit chance. That's useless. This could be good. This would easily recover the cooldown. Let's just say we spec into this. We would go here, get 18% there. On Falcon hit. Ben March, thank you for the sub. Welcome in Irashaimase. The cooldown is crazy. All of these have like free 0 cooldown. Oh, armor rest shred. Armor rest shred is nice. Let's just consider it as an option. Fizz rest shred is nice because fizz rest shred is actually not that easy to get. Wasn't there something where it said this is like it doesn't take up the Falcon's time? Like this one? Was that the one I'm thinking of? Dusk Shroud stacks from Shadow Falcons. This is not bad. Birds are unreal, this one. Yeah, that's the one I'm thinking. Okay, so we need to get that. We need to get this. I think that's fine. Shadow Falcon damage per Umbro Blade. Thank you, Ben March. 7 more days. That's right. It's exactly a week from now, guys. Oh, by the way, I also booked Tuesday off to hopefully work on maybe some builds, or we'll see. Just to get ready for Wednesday, because I think Monday's a holiday anyways over here. I'm also pretty damn ready. Pretty damn ready. What else can we get out of this? More damage, that is pretty solid. Honestly, I think Fizz Red Shred. I don't think we have good sources of Fizz Red Shred. And some Armor Rest Shred. Armor Rest Shred is less valuable though. I don't know. What did you say you get mana out of this? Oh. Oh, mana gain on hit. Leandro Trujillo. Thank you for the sub, man. Welcome. Irashaimase. For work, I am a data scientist, let's say. Data analyst, data scientist. I work with data. Let's keep it vague. +8. So this is a 20 mana cost by default. So if you max this. Okay. Not a bad option. Traversal skills cooldown recovered. So you also get cooldown on your aerial assault. So yeah, maybe we just go down that route. So this is another option. Yeah, instant cast. It doesn't take up time from your Falconer's actions, attacks, whatever. But we do need a source of armor shred though. You know though, I just realized I just realized, oh my god. We have infinite armor rest shred because we're going to be proccing so many explosive traps. Armor rest shred is not going to be a problem. Armor shred, rather. We're going to have so many procs. We just need to get like 100 armor shred from like a glove or amulet or something. And the rest is going to be trivial. Oh man. So okay, so we need a source of shadows. A 36 cooldown on this as well. So between casting aerial assault and then casting falconry and then casting dive bomb, we're gonna be back up to like, this is gonna be back off cooldown. This is a 40 damage multiplier. But we need a source of shadows. This gives shadows? Does anything give shadows? Creates a shadow, but if it needs a kill. These ones here. Cloud Gatherer and Dancing Shadows. Up here. Basically double damage. And it's pretty low investment too, just 2 points. Not bad. It's a good option. I do think we need Fizz Rest Shred though, because I don't think we have a source of Fizz Rest Shred. We also don't have Culling. Culling is not a must though. Fizz Rest Shred I would say is more important than Culling. And we kind of get a little bit of Fizz Rest Shred here. Triple damage. Can the Shadow Falcon keep going? Smoke Bomb generates shadows as well. So maybe that's the source of shadows we want. Realistically though, you're not going to be using Smoke Bomb unless you're fighting bosses. Which is good though. It's good to have Smoke Bomb and have these shadows for boss fights. I think that's the right play. So let's say we go Smoke Bomb. So let's think about it from the perspective of what options do we have. So one option is Synchronized Strike to create shadows. One option is Synchronized Strike. So Synchronized Strike is an option. Smoke Bomb, Decoy is an option. It creates shadows. It's not a great option though. I guess it gives some utility, but crit multi per dodge chance. Can be a little bit of extra crit. It has a little bit of utility. It's not the worst. I think Falcon Strikes is gonna be the big nuke. Dive Bomb is gonna be more extra utility, extra damage. It's not gonna be bad damage. Actually, yeah, actually it might not do much damage. We don't have very many more multipliers right now. Yeah, so let's assume Dive Bomb is utility. Let's treat it as utility. So what does it give us as utility? Dusk Shrouds. He got it to do damage. That's if he specs into more multi. So we could spec into more multi as well. But then we're dropping the mana utility stuff. Yeah, getting both of them to do damage, I'm not sure is necessary. Hey, does this Rapid Pursuit activate twice if the Shadow Falcons dive again? I think it does, doesn't it? Rapid Pursuit, so mana gain on boss hit. 500% effectiveness is not bad. But even at 500% effectiveness, it would need a few more multipliers. But this is a good one. This is a good start. This is 18% per point. That's a really solid. It's just the cooldown duration is higher. But that can be overcome thanks to this remaining cooldown recovered. Hey, wake again. We don't know whether there will be any nerfs. First of all, thank you, by the way, for coming by and just to say that. We don't know whether there will be a low life nerf or not, but it's just a very strong mechanic right now. So it's just my educated guess. I could be totally wrong. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah. LL is low life. Yeah, yeah. I suspect low life could be nerfed. I don't know whether it will, but we'll see. Yeah, so realistically, what is Dive Bomb giving us here? It's giving us Fizz Res Shred stacks. It could give us good mana, though, if we activate it while in shadows or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. And then Smoke Bomb. We get it for the Shadow chance. Oh, Armor Res Shred. That's not bad, actually. Armor Shred Frequency. Glancing Blow. Oh man, I want too many things in here. I run out of points. I want 4 points here. I want 4 more points here. We'll get rid of the duration. So this is basically 8 stacks per second for Armor Shred. It's a filler for when everything is on cooldown. But where are we going to get Fizz Res Shred from if we don't have Fizz Res Shred? Also, the 80% multi, that's plus 8 cooldown, and then that multiplicatively is going to scale by these 18%. So the cooldown is going to become 15 times, you know, whatever that ends up being. Pretty high. Let's do the math. We have a spreadsheet. It's going to be 15 seconds times 1 plus 0.18 times 4. 25.8 seconds, guys. 25 seconds cooldown. And even though we'll recover 18% of the remaining cooldown on a throwing or bow attack, it's still pretty high. Although this remaining cooldown recovered on stun, this could be good too. Oh, but twice per second. +18 +4. Oh. This one? Whenever one of your explosive traps detonate. And we're detonating like 20 traps per second, dude. It's not 40% cooldown though. It's 0.96 to the power of 20. So to the power of 10. So if you detonate 10 traps, it's 0.96 to the power of 10. So you basically, it's 1 minus this. So you reduce cooldown by 33. Yeah, 33, 34. That's just silly. That's just silly. And we can easily get like 20 procs per second. I'm not kidding you. So we can reduce cooldown by 55% per second. We can reduce cooldown by 55% per second. Okay? That's just wrong. And it's not just for one skill. That is for every Falcon skill. So that means falconry, that means aerial assault, that means dive bomb, all of them. This build is going to be so broken, dude. Or not this build, just falconer in general. It's just broken. Yeah. Yeah, and you get 300% more damage per second. 300% more damage per second, dude. Can you imagine? What? No. Why does it say base speed 2.2 per second? There is no other skill that has such a high base speed. What is this, dude? Is it supposed to be 1.467? I mean, different skills have different base speeds. Yeah, these numbers are silly, man. Every time I look at any number, it's like, why is this so high? No other skill has such a high number. 25 per second? You think so? Where do you get 25 from? Okay, so this is, yeah, okay, I see what you're saying. Because it's 10 per throw. Yeah. 10 per throw. I think we can get more throwing attack speed over 72. We can do more than 72. Okay, so anyways, let's just assume roughly this could be the build that we're playing. Roughly. I think smoke bomb could use some fine tuning. We can test out the damage on dive bomb. I'm not sure whether or not we want to go down this route. It's definitely viable. I'm not saying that it sucks. I'm just saying I don't know. So we might want to test it. No, I agree. 25 seconds might be pretty trivial to get rid of, actually. As insane as it is. Look at this, by the way. Directly using aerial assault recovers a portion of the remaining cooldown of falconry and dive bomb per 10 max mana. So if you have 300 max mana, guess what that is? That is 30%, another 30% cooldown. Of your remaining cooldown, of course, not your entire cooldown. But by the way, this does not seem to be capped. So imagine a build with 1000 mana. That is instant recovery, right? The only issue is that this skill has a 4-second cooldown. But still, get 1000 mana and then hit with your Falcon, right? So your Falcon is going to be 0.9 to the power of 11. Your Falcon is going to reduce the cooldown of your aerial assault to 0.3. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You can get assault to like near zero cooldown with Skyward Swoop and just spam assault and falconry. Maybe that's the play. Maybe we try that. Maybe forget dive bomb. Forget dive bomb and just go aerial assault. Wait, this is going to reduce dive bomb's cooldown to 0 as well. Don't forget dive bomb. Bring dive bomb right in. Forget anything else. Bring dive bomb on 25-second cooldown. The left node. The left node. Is it a slow? I don't know how the skill looks like, to be honest with you. Which one is the left? No longer moves you. Crit vulnerability. These are both good. Fizz Res Shred and crit vulnerability are both good. No, I get what you're saying. Let me think. Do we need these health recovery things? We probably can get rid of these. We could definitely get rid of these. Maybe even the health recovered. Yeah, forget the health recovered. Let's just try this here. Dodge rating per dex. Sure, free dodge. Creates a Shadow Falcon to use Feather Storm against it. I don't know what these Wing Bursts and Feather Storms and Shadow Falcons are, but whatever. So let's leave it like this for now. Let's leave it like this. We'll have 8 points. Well, oh yeah, 1k mana is going to recover all of your mana problems. Yeah, that's true. That's true. We no longer need to. Let's try that. Let's try to get mana up to 1000. This is going to be fun. Let's see if we could do it. Okay, so skills wise, we're good. We can also, by the way, get rid of a lot of mana recovery skill nodes. You know, you can totally get rid of all of these mana nodes. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to care about mana. If you have 1000 mana, this is just, you think it will hurt defenses? Let's see how it goes. So first things first, we know what we want to use. The shield that Wheezy was talking about. That's a really good idea, Wheezy. Wombo combo shield up. Where did it go? Why did I not see it? Cradle of the Erased. Is this a Weaver's Wool item? Yeah, it is a Weaver Wool item. So honestly, it's a Weaver Wool item. It's hard to figure out what we're going to get here. 100% glancing blow indeed. So this is 13% per stack, 4 stacks max. Yeah, so 52%. Shadow Falcons are substitutes because your Falcon can otherwise only do one thing. I think so too. Yeah, we're definitely going to do Kratos. So you guys are probably thinking we go Poise for 100% glancing blow or what? That's fine. We'll probably go Poise. Okay, so we know we want to stack decks. We know we want to stack mana. 1,000 mana is a lot. 1,000 mana is a lot. It means we're gonna have to sacrifice some decks. Let's just see. Let's just see here. Do we have any mana options? Sorry, this is not an instacast aerial assault. It has some sort of base speed. Is it instacast once you get Storm of the Horizon? I guess we need to test that out, how that works. +2 to throwing skills, +16 res. Plus MS. 55 LPL. Decent. If you can get like a 2 LP of that, it's alright. Hey, Grez. I was looking for mana chest pieces, but I think we don't really have that as an option. Just get the Fizz res. Crit Avoid is definitely optimal if we go for the Crit Avoid conversion into Crit Multi. But I'm not 100% sold that I want to do that. Because we're stacking armor as well by stacking decks. So let's get some mana. Let's go. I don't know which one's better, so we'll test both. So let's do the same on the helmet. Throwing attack speed is good. Elemental res. Crit multi. Crit multi is actually probably best here. Stun chance. Okay, so we go mana. $400. Are we going health or ward? I guess we're gonna have to go health. Death rattle. %100% crit multi, minion damage, minion crit chance. Yeah, I think we go Death Rattle with tier 7 mana. We don't have much res. That's something to note. Our res are really bad. There's no mana to take here, so we're just going to use it for defensive purposes. I think probably we should go Crit Avoid though. I don't know. This definitely has to be armor, right? Yeah, we go armor there. Probably go Fizz Rest Shred perhaps here. Yeah, I think we're gonna go Fizz Rest Shred from the Blessing. The only other option for Fizz Rest Shred is this Dive Bomb. And I don't think we have the skill points for it. Okay, and then here, this is the question mark. I don't know what we want to do there. Here we definitely want to go mana. Here we probably want to go multi. Or crit chance. I think leaning towards crit multi. And then here, do we go all res or do we go crit avoid? That's a tough one. Do we have anything that gives us throwing attack speed? This gives us crit multi. And all attributes. Woven Flesh. That's 50% crit multi for the Falcon. But actually, let me think. Let me think about this, guys. You know what? No, we don't need to go crit avoid, guys. Look at this. I agree. Crit avoidance is unnecessary anyways, because we already have a significant source of crit multi for the Falcon from this node. And they stack additively. Like if you overinvest on crit avoidance to get crit multi for your Falcon, you're not going to get much of a return because of this exposed weakness. Yeah, I agree. We might even need to drop Death Rattle because of exposed weakness. Okay, I think we're settled. We definitely go all res. All res too good, too OP. All res. All right, that's settled. I think we go Red Ring as well, guys. I think Red Ring is just too good to pass up on. I know it's like, it's not easy to get, but it's just a really good option. Maybe we won't put it as a in the build guide. We'll just mention it maybe because it's just really rare. Melee fist damage for minions. 180. 180 is doable. It is doable. It's not trivial, but doable. We could also go for Font of the Erased. 10% increase mana. Yeah, the tier 7 missing in chest and helmet is painful. 1 ward gained on hit per 10 missing mana. If your current ward is lower than your missing health. So if we have 500 missing mana. Oh, Perry! We've got a massive party of 133. Welcome, everybody. Welcome, Perry. How's your stream? We're finally planning a legitimate build for Falcon. Finally got around to it. Oh, we got pigged. 1 week to go, guys. 1 week to go. Perry, on the scale of... Thank you. On the scale of... One last question. I'll let you bail out. On the scale of 1 to 1,000. On the scale of 1 to 9,000. How OP is Falconer? What is your take? On the scale of 1 to 9,000. A fan favorite. That says enough. That says enough. I like that. That's legit. Yeah, I hear you, man. Thanks for the raid. Thanks, everybody. We've got a build concept cooking right now of aerial assault. And right here, we want to build around this node. Directly using blah, blah, blah. Per 10 max mana you have. So if you have 1,000 max mana, this resets your cooldowns. And Falconry and Dive Bomb, Falconry and Dive Bomb are instant cast. How does that work, guys? 0 cooldown instant cast? The only thing we need to worry about is getting our aerial assault cooldown down, right? Because that's the bottleneck. Because these 2 other skills, Falcon Strikes and Dive Bomb, as 0 cooldown. And we just need to, yeah. And the good news is aerial assault, remaining cooldown recovered on Falcon hit 10%. And with Falcon Strikes, we strike 11 times. So 0.9 to the power of 11. The remaining cooldown is 30%. So we're already talking about like a 1.5 second cooldown. Actually, let's just call it 1. It's going to be a 1 second cooldown max. Yeah. Yeah. And we also have this. And aerial assault is a Falcon skill, I'm sure. So whenever one of your explosive traps detonates, and we're going to be spamming the explosive traps the whole time, and we're going to be spamming like 20 to 25 explosions per second. So this is going to reduce, let's say we have 20 of those. That's going to reduce the cooldown of aerial assault by another 55%. So I'm telling you guys, we're going to be able to spam it once per second, basically. This is going to be silly. I don't even know. I don't even know how they left this in the state that it is. Let's get some more items going so we can get the mana maxed out at 1,000. Do we have percent mana idols? I can't remember. Do we have percent mana idols? Mana efficiency. Mana efficiency. Nope. Only on mage, isn't it? Wait. The 1x1 should have mana. Why does the 1x1 not show up? Huh. Why did it not show up? It's flat mana. Yeah, I installed a dark mode thingy. It's called Dark Reader or something like that. This one, Dark Reader. Yeah, so I think small Lagonian is our only option, which is not a great option. Okay, so what are other good options for mana? Do we have a one-handed item, weapon, or wand that gives us mana? Wands give us mana. Why don't we rock a wand? Is there a downside to using a wand as a throwing attack main? What is the downside of using a wand? The downside is we don't get falcon damage in the suffix. Because with a scepter we can go physical, minion physical damage. Do we have any other options for mana? Can you guys think of anything that gives mana? I mean, 17% aura is actually pretty damn good. Spell damage. Crit chance. We're not going to use that, but 400 dodge is not bad. Hey, Teutonic! Do we really need 1k mana? You're thinking like 900? 800 to 900 mana? Oh yeah, you just streamed for the first time? How'd it go, bro? Yeah, usually when I first started, the advice that I saw on YouTube was to start first with YouTube. You start with YouTube and you try to get at least a few people seeing your YouTube videos, and then directing them, funneling them into Twitch essentially was the strat that was recommended when I first was reading into this. But I don't know. Everybody, it works differently for everybody. So Tomaka, you're saying 7, 8, 900 mana? Fairmore's just so 50 mana. I feel like there should be more items that give us mana, no? I feel like I'm missing something. What do we need realistically out of our weapon? Because we can't get throwing attack speed. We can't get melee attack speed or melee damage. That's useless. So what can we get out of a weapon? The only thing to get out of a weapon is minion physical damage. There's no other like useful things to look for in a weapon. Crit multi. Actually, no, I'm not right. We definitely benefit from all the increased damage because of these conversions here. So crit chance, throwing crit, melee crit, all of these benefit. And crit multi, of course. So maybe a high melee crit or something crit multi. Lear's machinations are not great. But Tomaka, those skills we're going to be using multiple times for free. They're like instacast. They don't take up any cast speed. So we can throw the traps while using the skills. You know what I mean? The only thing that takes up attack animation is this aerial assault, I guess. But even that, if it says no longer moves you, how does that work? Is this going to take up attack animation? Maybe it takes up attack animation for our birdie, but all of our other stuff is instacast. So can you cast the other skills while your birdie is doing its animation for aerial assault? That's something that needs to get tested. But it might be viable that everything is being cast at the same time because everything is instacast, right? Like the passive converts it to instacast. Falcon Strikes and Dive Bomb are now instant cast. Those are the kind of things that it's hard to predict exactly how that's going to play out. And it's just something you got to test out. But we could go for defensive options on weapon. Imperio Fortis, by the way, yeah, spark charges on the Liat's Machinations doesn't scale enough to be viable. It's not good enough right now, basically. Yeah, I don't know how it's going to play out exactly. Let me check this. So 687 mana, if we switch these around, tier 5, tier 7, 664. So interestingly enough, that is actually better. Okay. Let's just fill in a few more item slots. Yeah, we are investing quite heavily into mana scaling. And we don't really have much to get from passives on mana. Like there's nothing that gives max mana. Yeah, there's nothing that gives max mana. That's okay. Do you think, so does anybody know, does aerial assault, does it get the traversal tag? Yeah, but it's multiplicative. It is traversal Kelvar, thank you. It's just missing it, right. So, what about if you get Storm on the horizon? Does it remove the traversal tag on it? I guess it must remove it. Okay, so it is traversal unless we take that. So if we take that left node, actually we don't have a traversal skill, so maybe we need shift? Perhaps? I don't know. This might be overkill indeed. I don't know. I still think 0 cooldown falconry though. That sounds nuts. It's already near 0 though because of freeloading, lofting bird. And we're going to be spamming this anyways. Yeah, maybe we just need a light investment in mana. Not crazy, just a light investment in mana. Because let's look at the dexterity scaling as well. Dexterity scaling, we have armor from dex. We have... We could get health leech on dex. Falcon throwing damage per 4 dex. Although we don't need throwing damage on the Falcon. And then I think the skills have extra dex, more multiplier on dex. I'm trying to figure out whether we want to scale mana and get 0 cooldown with 1000 mana here. Or we just want to scale dexterity instead, because those are our options. If we don't scale mana, we're scaling dex. Though that's the trade-off. We're not going to be scaling really anything else. It's either mana or dex, in my humble opinion. Falcon Strikes, throw during it, dive bomb. Honestly, you're doing Falcon Strikes and dive bomb at the same time, because both are insta-cast. If we go Dex, do we wear Morning Frost? Let's think. Maybe because of this node? Let me think. Oh, no. This node doesn't work, actually. This node is going to add throwing damage because we're using a throw attack. Ooh. Okay, so this node doesn't actually work. You need a shadow to do both at the same time? Well, doesn't it work with a shadow over here? A shadow falcon takes your falcon's place. See? It's able to attack and use other abilities during this. Right? Tomaka? Well, smoke bomb can be the shadow creation. And yeah, we don't have a mobility skill at this point. Well, maybe we just not worry about dive bomb as much. I think falconry is the big play here, right? Maybe. Gambler's fallacy help minion crit. If we could disable our crit. If we use Gambler's fallacy and only Falcon skill, would the Falcon always have at least 75% crit? Yeah. Highest added crit chance, Falcon crit chance. I guess so, but we want to be using, we have to be using explosive trap. So unless we have a way to turn off our crits. Yeah, I mean, we're not going to need extra casts for clear anyways, right? Falcon can convert your crits to its crit. Right. Well, I think falconry, honestly, seems to be like a more obvious choice. Wait. When it says Falcon deals more global damage per character level and per point of dexterity, when it says global damage, does that apply to the other skills as well? That applies to dive bomb? You've got to be kidding me. No, come on, that's silly. Who came up with that? That is just silly, man. Excuse me? Three points into 12% more? You mean like this one? Is it a bird? More global. Oh my god, dude. So this, you mean this applies to dive bomb? I mean, that would only be good if we're running dive bomb though. Only for like, if we main dive bomb and we want to prioritize dive bomb, yeah, this is not bad. I agree. But how does this up here work? 24% on Falcon Strike is not bad. But it's 3 points though. Yeah, no, I mean, I think we can probably drop the mana point here because we don't need mana, given if we're running high mana. But how does this work? So let me read it again. You consume Falconer's Mark. Your Falcon gains additional melee damage. Oh, okay, yeah, it gains additional melee damage. Oh, I see. So it's always going to gain melee damage. It's not going to gain throwing or... Okay, so it's good. This is good. We want this. But it's only going to gain melee damage based on our throwing attack damage. So we want to scale throwing attack damage because Explosive Trap is a throwing attack. So that's what... Yeah, scaling throwing attack flat damage is going to give added melee damage to our Falconer. Or sorry, to our Falcon attacks. Also this... Wait. This is also going to apply to Dive Bomb, doesn't it? Avian Arsenal. This also applies globally. Because it gives you added flat melee damage on your... Oh my god, dude. Why does every skill scale every other skill on the Falconer tree? This is just silly. Elemental Rest Shred. We have Fire Rest Shred. But yeah, we're going Fizz damage though, probably main. Yeah, so... Yeah. This is just silly, man. This is just too crazy. This is too crazy. Morning Frost. Does Morning Frost give you throwing attack damage? It does, doesn't it? No, it does. Attack spells and spells. So attacks does apply to throwing attacks. So maybe we do run Morning Frost. Yeah. The AoE is not there, Calvara, it looks like. I was thinking the same. I don't know how big the Dive Bomb AoE is. But this thing is just gonna melt bosses in like 5 seconds, Jorah, probably. All of these damage bonuses, just insane. Okay. So something along these lines. Sky Signal will scale stuff way higher than anything else. Sky Signal? You mean this one? Yeah. Yeah, I think we definitely want throwing attack speed in the rings. Let's say we get all attributes. I don't like throwing attack speed going from tier 5 to tier 7, unfortunately. Because look at it. It goes from 23 to 36. The scaling is not great. So I would go tier 5 attack speed. Tier 7 dex, probably. And then here, same thing, probably. Something like that. And then throwing attack speed here as well. See, this one can spawn mana. What about belt? Is there a dexterity or mana belt? Throwing attack speed right here. Physical skills. +1 to physical skills could be nice. That only gave +1 to this one. How is this not a physical skill? Oh, it's the minion tag is physical. This one got a +1. This one got a +1. Okay. Interesting. Ten decks here. I don't think we need to go all out on the decks that much. I would more prioritize just a defensive belt here. I'm just checking through the options. Sky Signal is so silly. So silly. Alright, nothing useful here. We'll go for just a generic defensive belt with armor. Hybrid armor. And probably like cold res. Hybrid health. We do have survivability issues right now, actually. We don't have enough survivability right now. Our health is trash. Clearly. I'll have to check that out one sec. 21st yet? Is it 21st yet? 1 week to go. I think, yeah, I think a lot of these options here need nerfs. Everything here needs nerfs. Ballista, people are talking about scaling Ballista. Anyways. So Morning Frost. Realistically, we could get like MS and Dex. It's a little bit optimistic. Let's just go for 1 tier 7 MS. So we definitely need a lot of res. Trap mana cost sustains itself. Honestly, it's pretty silly. Actually, we also need this. We need to seal throwing stuff. Seal tier 1 throwing. Seal tier 1 throwing. It's going to help a little bit with mana sustain. But also, if we have some mana, missing mana recovered 9% here is great. I don't think mana is going to be an issue. Yeah, because the math, the way it works out, the way we expect it right now. Yeah, exactly right. Like, they really haven't tested these things out, I feel like. Or they've tested them and they found out they're crazy OP. Let's just roll with it. Let's just roll with it. OP's good, right? Pillager's gold. This is the best mana relic right here. Storm Carved. It's actually solid for Fizz res as well as Lightning res. So it's a pretty good option. Shock Chance is not bad. It gives a stun. Thank you, Tomaka. Thank you for the help, though. Appreciate it. Stormcarved Testament. Let's think about Storm Carved as an option. And then let's say we go Dexed. And then we just need to address the resistances. Yeah, this is a good option because it gives us that fizz res, which we really desperately need. (122) dexterity, which means that's 122 throwing attack damage, and then 30% of that goes to the Falcon every time as melee damage. So it's like 40 flat damage every time. No, this is gonna be nuts. This is gonna be nuts. You know what? We haven't seen the new affixes on weapons and whatever for minions. They're adding new affixes, so when they release those, we'll have a better idea about what this build should be doing. But until then, okay, let's just throw... What are we missing here? Really what we're missing the most is survivability. Our health is absolutely pathetic, and we don't really have good defensive layers either. We can max our crit chance avoiders or crit damage reduction like this. That's decent. We do have good armor. Not as good as I thought. Yeah, that isn't as high as I thought it would be. Even with 122 dex, that is 366 armor. Oh, it's not being counted here. That passive is not being counted here. Yeah, okay. So the 366 armor is not being counted here. We're going for crit damage reduction instead of crit avoid. So we can go for the all res. I think crit avoid is going to be the easier option early game. And then I think late game, you want to switch into all res. I do believe that's more optimal. We have glancing blow though, that helps. So let's just add some resistances here. Let's add cold res tier 5. Let's add cold res tier 5. We got it to 0. All right. All right. Not bad. We probably need fizz res or health in the other slot here. Let's go, I don't know, whatever, fizz res and health. Fizz res is getting up there. We can throw another cold res here. We're just really low on health. Maybe we go for the max endurance. Max health gainers endurance threshold. That's better when you scale health though. And we probably need this because we're going health. If we can get this maxed out, that's not bad. Was there something? Yeah, throwing fizz damage here. That's actually... That is not bad either. But I think we really need to focus on defenses at this point. I think we've invested into crazy damage. So now it's time to focus on defenses. Throwing attack speed right here. I suck at focusing on defenses. I saw throwing attack speed. Can we drop anything? I'm trying to find if there's something that we can drop. Yeah, of course, drop the health. Yeah, we definitely need to focus on defenses here. Yeah, nothing here we cannot take anything away from here. These nodes are too good. And then here we got Dex. Here we got Dex glancing blow. Can't take that out. Yeah, skill points are tight. We could go like this. Max health gained as dodge. Sorry, as endurance threshold. But we're not stacking enough health to make that worthwhile. We could get full health idols though. Yeah, let's try that out actually. Let's try that out. Oh, we do not have health on this side, hey? Ela res, armor shred duration, health gained on dodge. Nothing good. Ela res is the only one that maybe is decent. Yeah, the double health is aqua exclusive. But still, the 9% is great. So if we can combo 9% with something else. Maybe we'll just go 2x1s. Is there anything that's good? You know, the other thing is they're going to add new idle prefixes and suffixes. So let's just assume 2x1s for now and just see what kind of HP we can get. Just like that. Okay. Crazy Falcon one to go along with the existing craziness. Yeah, Falconer definitely needs an OP idol. It's the only thing missing. Definitely needs one. All right, so we're up to 2k health. So endurance threshold is actually not bad. Yeah, it's not a bad endurance threshold. Huh. All right. Maybe we can max out the endurance. Is there anything that gives endurance? Yeah, percent endurance on the helmet. A crater with percent endurance would be actually not bad. You know what I mean? Something like that. Tier 7 endurance or tier 6 endurance, whatever. It's probably good enough at tier 6. Yeah, tier 6 endurance on the shield. If you can land, because this is a Weaver's Will shield. So if you can land endurance percent. Otherwise, you can slot the endurance somewhere else. Because like all resistances are good. The other resistances are good. You like the non-low life build? Yeah, we'll give it a try. Max endurance, 700 endurance threshold. HP is okay. But we need to fix up some of the resistances. Let's fix them up. Fizz res needs to be maxed out. Fizz res. Let's grab a fizz res here. Okay, fizz res is maxed out. You know what I'm thinking, guys? I'm thinking of dropping the death rattle. A 100 crit multi is not nearly as much because of exposed weakness. Gains a portion of your global throwing crit multi. Stacks twice per 2 seconds. So he gets 2.5 times of our crit multi. Yeah, it's just not good enough. Death rattle. We don't need it. In fact, we're better off stacking our own crit multi instead of our minions crit multi. Simple, easy, Fissure Chaos Bolt crit and Bleed Falcon. Easy peasy. What does Apostate do? No. We'll probably just go a rare amulet. The only other option is Omnis. Omnis is a really good option because of all the res. The only issue I have with putting it on is like, if we have to click average here because it's cheating otherwise. But then our health drops so much. How does it drop that much, dude? Oh, we're not gonna be. I wish I could do max for my idols and average for like the other stuff. The reason I don't want to use death rattle is because the 100% critical multiplier is additive to the other critical multiplier bonuses that our Falcon gets. And so exposed weakness adds so much critical multiplier for the Falcon already, it dilutes what we get from death rattle. So this, for example, let's say you have on your character, let's just make it up right now. Let's say I go, I don't know what I want to go. So let's just say I'm going to go Crystal Wand, which is kind of dumb, but just play along. Let's say we go tier 7 crit multi, right? So we got crit multi there. We have a few other crit multi options. So you can see it's pretty easy to get 200 crit multi. With 200 crit multi on our hero, at max, this is 500 crit multi for the minion. So if we already have 500, that's incremental crit multi, by the way. If we already have 500 incremental crit multi on the minion, an extra 100 crit multi from death rattle is very negligible. It just takes your crit multi total from 7 to 800. So it's, it's not a significant enough increase in damage compared to other use cases of death rattle. Strong Mind is a decent option if we want to stack mana. I think Omnis is probably more value because of all the resistances. I do like Strong Mind. I used it one time for my mana stacking Sork. So I do like it on long. I had a 3 OP Strong Mind that time. Let me just drop the mana from here. So yeah, Omnis though. So the reason I'm thinking Omnis is because resistances are such a big problem with Morning Frost. Omnis would help big time. It 500 is the incremental, so it would be 700 to 800. If you have 500 incremental, you start with 200 base, so you're going from 7 to 800. And so if you're dealing crit every hit is a crit, you're basically going, you know, from 800 to 700. It's a 14% more damage. It's a 14% more damage. It's not that it's bad. It's just I think we need to address the resistance issues. I think resistances are really, really messed up right now. So if we can address the resistances, because remember we were using Morning Frost. Hey, Ryan McDonald, thank you for the sub. Welcome in irashaimase. The mana stacking is something worth playing around with for coordinated assault. If we have, so if you think about it, if you have 1,000 max mana, that means your Falconry and Dive Bomb are they're reset. They get reset, okay? But I think 1,000 is overkill. So something like 700 max mana. That reduces remaining cooldown by 70%. Yeah, and then we spam Falcon Strikes, which reduces the cooldown of Aerial Assault. So you can just alternate Falcon Strikes, Aerial Assault, Falcon Strike, Aerial Assault, while at the same time spamming Dive Bomb, which Shadow Falcon should be, you know, it should not be taking primary attack or whatever. We just need to have a shadow, I guess. So that's kind of the concept we're going for, is stacking some mana. I'm not sure how much mana we want to stack. We might be going overkill here. Yeah, I don't think a crystal wand is realistic, to be honest. Do we have enough mana? I mean, right now we have 667. Or do you mean mana sustain? Do you mean mana max or mana sustain? Mana sustain is not a problem whatsoever. Aerial Assault also has this thing here. Missing mana recovered, 9%. So if we ever go down to like 100 mana, we're going to be missing 500 mana. And we're going to recover like, you know, like 50 mana per cast. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. So many good nodes in this Falconer trees. Falconer OP. Also, explosive traps regains, it actually recovers mana because of this node right here, blast radius, mana gain on trap detonation. So all in all, we're not going to have mana problems. We have, you know, theoretically we could go Hunter Spoils as well, which gives us another 3 mana per hit. So we're definitely going to be swimming in mana. Actually, we probably want this node, even just for the health gain, because we're running a health build. Featherstorm? Which one is Featherstorm? Oh no, I don't care about the Featherstorm. I'm just taking this for the no longer moves you, and also for the dodge rating per dexterity. I'm not actually taking it for the actual damage from the skill. The Aerial Assault is mostly just utility to reset your cooldowns and to get your mana. Theoretically, we could get missing health recovered as well. So we have options. The traversal skill is something that we are missing indeed. Because this is a traversal skill, but then we remove the traversal thing. So the traversal skill is something that we're missing. And it could be a problem. Shift is really strong. Shift is a really good skill. How do we fit it in though? Net can be traversed, so we just don't have slots. If we drop smoke bomb, we no longer have a source of shadow. So if we go shift, we can get a source of shadow. We can just get like one shadow occasionally. I'm not sure that's good enough. Yeah. So that's an option, is getting rid of smoke bomb. But smoke bomb synergizes with dive bomb. The easiest thing to do is to get rid of dive bomb, actually. If we get rid of dive bomb and just rely on falconry, I don't know. Or we could go all out on falconry. But then falconry combos with smoke bomb. Falconry combos really well with smoke bomb. So again, we're stuck without skill slots. If we drop aerial assault, then we have to drop the mana stacking. This node? Because if I remove this node, then it has this attack animation. It becomes less spammable, I feel like. We don't want it to have this long attack animation because we're going to spam it quite a bit. And I haven't actually used these skills. So I don't know exactly how the animations work. How does the Featherstorm animation work? Like, does your hero perform an animation? Or is there an animation on someone else? Like just on the Falcon? How does that work? The hero drops from the sky. Falcon performs it. It's channeled? It's channeled? So that takes up the Falcon? The Falcon is stuck channeling this stuff? That would break the build. I mean, we cannot play that if that's the case. How does it work? See, this is the problem with trying to theory craft without actually seeing the skills. Let me open up that YouTube video real quick. Falconer reveal.
In collaboration with Maxtroll, I%.
All right, I'll bring it up here. No.
Everything about vaping.
Get rid of these ads.
With Maxtroll, I%.
So let's see, what are we looking at? So this is the Falconer skill. We're looking at the oh, here we go, aerial assault. Which one is aerial assault?
Play that probably more than anything else, and this actually gives us a new way to play a Shadow Dagger build. So if we go up here and we take Twilight Strike, we actually get access here, and it does a ton of damage, and you can see all the explosions going off.
Next up, we're gonna do Dive Bomb with.
They didn't do anything about the skill.
And they explode. You can take off. You can make.
You can actually do
Kill.
movement speed of rare
Utility skills. Pool interact.
Give penetration for.
bow. Otherwise, it's a glancing blow.
Okay, that's not very helpful. Let's go on the website. Falconer review. Falconer. Do they have actual animations? No, no animations. Damn it. Falconry show. Okay, here we go. Aerial assault showcase. Wait, so oh, that looks kind of annoying. Can you show us the one on the left side? The poison one? No, we don't care about that one. The caltrop stuff? Come on, show us the thing on the left side, dude. That was awfully unhelpful. Yeah, none of it goes into the nodes that we care about. All right. Yeah, I wanted to see this storm on the horizon. The poison one had it, you think? No, I don't think it had the storm on the horizon in any of those. No, I want to see storm on the horizon. They went down this way, but they didn't go up here, right? Let's check one last time. Poison one had it. Poison one. This is the poison one. They don't have it. They don't go into this one. Oh, okay, so you're saying it stays up there? Oh, that is so dumb, dude. That does look like it's stuck up there in channeling. Look at it, that's so lame. Why would you ever want that? Your Falconer continues releasing Featherstorm at the target location for 5 seconds. You can probably cancel into another attack, but it will interrupt whatever it was doing. I can't assume that, honestly. That's a big assumption. That pretty much makes the nodes dead in my mind as well. That is sad. Yeah, we can't afford the channeling. And we can't afford to assume that we can cancel the channeling. I think that's a big assumption until it's tested. I'm not actually going to play Falconer. I'm just trying to create a build for to share with folks, and then I'll try and make a challenge of some sort, a build challenge for somebody to try it out and see how high they can take up with this build. Yeah. I haven't figured out the exact parameters around the challenge. Maybe like 20 seconds. Jora, I think 20 seconds is going to be trivial with this build. The damage looks to be absolutely ridiculous. I think it's going to be like sub 10 second Jora, to be honest with you. But we'll keep it reasonable. We'll keep it like 15 seconds, let's say. Lower right side. Maybe 5-minute DPS B plus Falcon build. Why bother with the Bs when you can just do Falcon? Acid Flask idols. Yeah, so you're gonna get the Falcon to spam Acid Flasks for you. Where did it go? Up here, is it? And then the acid flask B helmet. That's hilarious. A good sword build, Imperio Fortis. For Sork, I would suggest starting off with Lightning Blast. I have an infinite Lightning Blast build that I would recommend for starters. Like season start, it's pretty easy to gear up, and you can actually use it to gear up for other builds. So I think that's what I would recommend. You're sad to report that tainted ammunitions from the ballista seems to be bugged. Which one is tainted ammunitions? Oh, this one? Oh, that sucks. That could have been neat. So is it worth it, guys, to do the aerial assault? The attack animation seemed pretty slow to me. The zero cooldown idea I think is neat. But I'm not sure that we get enough out of this skill. Ballistic explosive trap. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be legit. Since it's a poison flask node, nobody really minds it's bugged. Right? Nobody reads it. Nobody cares for it. So, do we still go with aerial assault? Dexterity stacking. They really need to get away from all the attribute stacking that they're introducing, because it kind of takes away from the itemization of the game. Like, you're pretty much optimized, or it's pretty much optimal for you every single time to just stack your stat, whatever it is, int or dex, with the amount of different statistics that improve with stacking those attributes. So you think net is good? We need a mobility skill though. So if we drop aerial assault, it's going into... so I guess this can be a mobility skill. But is it good as a mobility skill? Is it? But now they're making it so that only attribute stacking builds are viable. Aerial assault with no cooldown is worth it, ignoring the damage. I mean, yeah, Skyward Swoop is crazy. What else can we get out of here, though? What else can we get from here? I guess these ones on the bottom are not bad. We can get like Frenzy. Frenzy is good, actually. Let's get Frenzy. I think Frenzy is legit. So 0.2 with 36 max stacks. That's 7 seconds? Yeah, okay, so 7-second frenzy. That's pretty good. That's permanent frenzy, permanent haste. Bunch of dodge. And then more stacks. Aerial prowess applies to other abilities. $36 times 2% damage. So 70% more multi on dive bomb could be good. Yeah, okay. I think this is a decent option. We could pop this, but then what that means, we always have to follow up aerial assault. Oh no, actually no, it keeps getting stacks, doesn't it, for that entire 8 seconds? Huh. Okay. Either way, this is like fine. Turn it on or off, it's fine. I think we can increase travel speed though, just for more mobility. Oh, we can get a source of frailty. Sure, whatever. Okay. So let's say we do that with aerial assault. And it still gives us... I think we probably want to get away from the mana stacking though. I don't think we need it to be that heavy. We can just get dex stacking. Like, why not? Let's go all out on the dex stacking. Oops. So if we go all in on dex stacking and some mana, tier 5 mana, that's still pretty decent. 400 mana is not bad at all. I think this is still good though. I think reducing your Falcon strikes by 40%, or even if we can push it up a little higher, 50%. Although we are running a Crystal Wand. Let me take that out. Crystal Wand is silly. Crystal Wand is indeed pretty silly. What would be good? What would be good? I think we want to build around these 4 nodes. Highest increased damage becomes Falcon damage. Go for the eyes, boo. Go for the eyes. We could get crit. Actually, yeah, we have to max crit. We haven't maxed crit, guys. So we know that base crit is 10% for Falcon. We still need a bunch more crit chance. Yeah, I forgot about maxing crit. So we're going to give 75% of our highest crit bonus, which is not very high. We don't have any crit chance, guys. But you know what? I know the play. You guys are going to like this. Watch this play. Crit bone. Watch this play, guys. Check this out. Boom. Spell crit. And why not? Why not run spell crit? It says throwing and bow. Oh, it doesn't say spell. Global melee. Here it said spell. Here it has spell damage. But this one, it doesn't say spell. Alright, so we can't do spell damage. Your global melee crit. This is your percent, not the flat crit, yeah? Is this a Shaman build? I wish. Crit needs to be used for the other skills as well? What do you mean? What do you mean by that? Oh yeah, it is a Shaman build, eh? Storm Carved, Crystal Wand. Storm Carved is actually not bad though, I gotta say. I can actually get behind the Storm Carved. I think it's all Falcon skills. Now apply to your Falcon. It doesn't say it applies to your falconry skill. It says apply to your falcon. I think everything in this tree is global, which is just ridiculous. It's kind of like a... This skill tree here is like a passive tree for your falcon. It's absolutely ridiculous how they've done it. It's so broken. I think this converts your increased crit percent chance, but I could be wrong. I think it's the increased added crit chance. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it has to be that. So if we have crit chance tier 7, and let's just say we're running something else. What else can we run? What else has like crit embedded in it? Like percent increase crit. Does anything have not flat crit, but a percent increase crit? I don't think so. A bunch of stuff has flat crit. Necklace? Yeah, but I mean for weapon. For weapon. I don't think weapon has any flat. Sorry, not flat, but increased percent. That's too bad. If you run bow, you cannot run shield. Yeah, bow's not going to work. I think probably we just run dagger with 80% crit multi. Actually, with fizz damage, I think this is good. Yeah, obsidian dagger right here. 80% fizz damage applies to the minion. So we just run an obsidian dagger. Yeah, the sword crit multi is not bad either. The sword crit multi is not bad either. Which one is better? Fizz damage or crit multi? Probably the crit multi. Rainbow edge could be interesting as well. But let's just assume katana with crit chance, crit multi. Yeah, that's a good point. It could convert into cold. Let's read it again. Melee damage equal to a portion of your added. Yeah, okay. We don't know. So anyways. Still need a lot more crit chance though. For a 10% base. How do we get more crit chance? Is there any crit from this skill tree? No, I don't think so. Other than these ones here. Okay, so we really need to figure out the crit. I guess we need crit vulnerability. Yeah, we have to do crit vulnerability. Max stacks 10. Well, the prismatic gaze is not going to apply to the minion though. We want to max the crit. Yeah, the flat percent I don't think will apply to the minion. Physical increase, how is it going to work? Let me check. A portion of your highest... Yeah, you're right. The physical doesn't do anything. You're right. So yeah, the physical is useless. So good. So yeah, we definitely want the crit multi. Well, I think this application right here, of critical vulnerability. The minion is not going to apply it. But we are going to be spamming. One sec. I thought it was the Z key. Anyways, we're going to be spamming explosive traps, and they're going to be hitting like 10, 20 times per second. So we can easily hit a lot of crit vulnerability stacks. Do we have any crit vulnerability? I think we have some. There's one right here. Crit vulnerability stacks 1 per point. That's not good enough though. We need better. Yeah, I think the passive tree. Yeah, I think it has to be the passive tree. Yeah, okay. So I think it has to be over here. So we can just do crit damage for 2 points. Dive bomb is just not enough stacks to get it up to 10, I don't think. How do I check this? I thought it was the Z key. Anyways, we can open it up here. Critical vulnerability. 4 seconds, 10 stacks. Shift. Here with Z. Z. It was working for me earlier. Z is the key. It's just, I don't know, it was being finicky. Anyway, it's fine. So 10 stacks plus 2% chance to receive a critical strike chance. A critical strike. So if we can get it up to 10 stacks, that would be plus 20% chance. So effectively the crit chance would be 30. So we just need like 350% crit chance. So here's 170. Damn. Is there a hybrid critical strike chance? Is there like an idol that gives crit chance for both us and the minion? We can go to items and check. Critical strike chance shared. Something that gives them to both. There's just too many things. Acolyte. Only Acolyte here. Crit chance per equipped sword. We could get like 60 from the helmet. It would be a new item if it existed. There was, I think it's Primalist probably with a shared crit. That's Sentinel, Primalist. Now we're getting into idols. This one right here, Acolyte. This is the one I was thinking of. It's Acolyte. Peak of the mountain. That might be a good idea. But then actually we don't need to regen. I like peak. Let's check peak of the mountain in 1 sec here. Minion crit chance for Primalist. Acolyte. 290. 5 to all attributes is legit as well. $34 crit on the chest here. Not big though. Yeah, I think mountain. I think mountain is the play. That's a really good suggestion. I think definitely Mountain is the play here. Because the downside is mitigated. And we get the full benefit of the upside. Actually, we need 400%. Yeah, we need 400%. But that's fine. We can cover 400. Very doable. I'm just double checking that I'm not missing anything. Here's some amulet, some rings. Yeah, okay. Oh! These idols. These are not bad. 100% crit. Such a huge variance though. I'm a little bit skeptical. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we go Helmeted Mountain. Because really, all we're getting here is 25 crit multi. But we can't take advantage of crit multi if we don't have Peak of the Mountain. And honestly, getting a 3 LP peak is pretty easy. Even a 4 LP peak is doable. Let me catch up on chat here. You theory crafted a fire falconer yesterday using Dragon Song Bow, Cinder Shot, Explosive Trap, Arrow Rain. How do you fit Cinder Shot in there? Exploding Decoys and Dive Bomb. Sounds pretty good on paper. Keen to give it a go on release. Nice. That sounds legit. The only thing I'm wondering is you already have Explosive Trap spam. How do you spam Cinder on at the same time? You don't really want to have two spammables. Peak is crazy, man. Is there... Morphex? I mean, that's a good question. Maybe I'm making an assumption. Yeah, I always assumed it added almost kind of like to the base. So that's not very nice. That's not very good then. Just 20% flat that can't scale. That's not that crazy. 20%, yeah, I mean, it's okay. Especially because we're doing so many hits. We can get away with just like 2 points, let's say. If we invest 2 points. Into this passive. So we're just like 3 points short here. We need +1 here. And then plus another 2 here. I think 2 is sufficient. Because let's say we're doing 10 hits per second, which we're doing more than 10 hits per second. Yeah, that's like 2 stacks per second. I think, yeah, I think that's enough. Oh yeah, you're right, requirement node. We're going to put 1 in here and then 2 in here. I wonder if we're just better off putting 2 in here for the crit chance. Maybe we'll try that. But we do need to find 3 points. Where do we find 3 points? By the way, check this out, guys. We're going to be double dipping into our throwing damage. So the Morning Frost, or it's like triple dipping. I don't even know, man. You get the benefit of your Morning Frost throwing attack damage. Half of it gets added to your Falcon by default. And then in here, every time you pop one of these marks, I think it adds 30% of it. Yeah, I don't even know, man. This seems pretty crazy OP. You just missed 2 tier 7 slams on Bone Climber helms. Ouch. That's pretty bad luck, man. You gotta pray to RNGesus. Pray to RNGesus on the daily. Sorry to hear that, bro. That's rough. Do you have another one to go? Another tier 7 int? Where can we drop some points? Honestly, we might not even need this. Maybe we can just drop a little bit of dex. I think we can drop a little bit of dex here. So be it. Let's go. This is it. This is the build right there for the passives. Now we have the crits. Yeah, between the helmet and the weapon, that's 400%. So that puts us at 50% from the Falcon. A little bit of extra here and there. So we're probably at 55 plus 20 from the crit vulnerability. Crit legendary potential on the helm? What do you mean by that? Enemies can't dodge and can't avoid crit. Do we still need the mana? Man, we're down to 379. If we lower the mana any further, yeah, the mana idea is getting chipped away by the dexterity idea. We're just pushing more and more into dexterity. Honestly, I probably run tier 7 hybrid health, if possible, over tier 7 dex here. Where else can we get health from? Actually, we still need cold res. Still need cold res. Ouch. Where can I get some random resistances from? Throw damage don't work with dive bomb. You should get melee damage. Here, I'll show you. So Avian Arsenal, when you consume a Falconer's Mark, your Falcon gains additional melee damage. So it always gains additional melee damage, equal to a portion of your added melee throwing bow or spell, depending on the type of ability used to consume the mark. So if you're going to use a throwing damage ability, it's going to look at your throwing damage, but it's always going to add it to their melee damage. So it's going to take 30% of your throwing damage and add it to their melee damage. Like that's how it reads to me. I guess I could be wrong, but that's how it reads. I don't know. Fortis, Omnis, thank you for the sub, Maxi 13. Welcome. Irashimasu. Fortis, for Omnis, you probably want to get at least 500, 700 corruption, but corruption scaling will change with 1.0, so I'm not sure how it's going to work out in 1.0. It might be a little bit lower because corruption will be more difficult in general. Where we were at like 1,000 corruption today, might be like 400, 500 corruption tomorrow kind of thing. Falcon. Should be a melee damage skill. I think it should be a Falcon melee damage. It can't be throwing damage. Tiki Bug, I don't know actually. I don't know. We have to wait and see. Shiame Same Yuri. New classes coming out for 1.0. We have 2 new classes. One is Falconer, which I'm trying out to make a build for it right now. And then the other one is Warlock. And I actually have a Warlock build on my YouTube channel. If you go !! season starter, that is going to be my Warlock build guide right there. Dive Bomb should be melee. All the tooltips are missing perfect tags and info. Yeah, I agree. I think Dive Bomb is melee. Let's throw some cold res idols here and there. Let's go mana or armor. Mana, armor, and cold res. We actually need a lot of res, not just cold res. We're lacking resistances still quite a bit. Yeah, I think we have to prioritize defenses, unfortunately. We cannot be stacking mana. We're going to drop the mana stacking push a little bit. We're not going to be stacking mana. That's too bad, but it's just we need to max out defenses before we think about stacking mana. Otherwise, we're going to brick the build, you know? So here we don't really need cooldown recovery. We don't need all attributes. We can probably run necrotic res. Or actually we can get a bunch of vitality. That gives necrotic and poison res. Yeah, let's get a bunch of vit. Yeah, a bunch of vit is not bad. Fizz res is so low. Let's get tier 5 vid in here as well. Okay, tier 5 vit. Okay, that's good. $19th for patch notes. Yeah, I don't know actually. I don't know if tooltips are going to be released on 19th. They might not be. Yeah, I think it should work as well. Okay, so if we're not stacking mana, we can probably get rid of Stormcarved. Although the Fizz res, you got to keep in mind, that's a tier 5 Fizz res, as well as a tier 5 Lightning res. So just right there, that's a pretty decent item. If you can get the prefixes to work. But it's okay. We probably don't want it. As much as I hate to admit. Anchor is really not bad either, because it gives you max endurance. And we could use max endurance. A little bit of threshold. Strength is really good as well. So this is actually, yeah, you know what? This is like a tier 7 endurance. The armor is crazy. This is 32% armor. This is 25% armor. So this is like, I don't know, more than a tier 7 armor, more than a tier 7 endurance, and a pretty decent endurance threshold. A very good defensive option here, actually. I don't know about this being slowed thing, but... And of course, my favorite, Twisted Heart of Eukeros. No, we're not gonna do that. Not this time. Any other options? No. We just need defenses. At this point, I've discovered we're way too YOLO. So yeah, maybe we go anchor and we ease off. Twisted working on attacks as well. GG. That would just break the game. Let's say we run anchor with like tier 7 decks. It's not bad. 80 LPL, 15% chance from Harten's Husk. It's not a great timeline to farm, but should be pretty easy to get a 1 LP. Rare, but that's still not that rare. Yeah, I mean, it's viable. And it would actually give us some armor here. And then we can drop the endurance here. And let's give it some random resistance type. I don't know, like Fizz Res. I don't want to give it all res because that's cheating, you know what I mean? Like, you're never going to get all res. You're never going to get all res. Armor from the bugged node? What do you mean by that? Let's just say we have tier 7 Fizz Res on this thing. Nothing else. So I'm just saying this gives us a... Just pick a defensive cradle. That's all I'm saying here. Just grab a defensive cradle. Oh, it even gives us elemental res. So here we can drop the endurance. Why do you say it's bugged? The armor per dex. Because I have it spec'd and I really like the idea of armor per dex. Oh, I forgot it gives us % armor per Falcon hit. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so we're gonna have infinite armor, guys. I forgot. Oh my god, dude. We literally hit like 11 times with Falcon strikes. This is so dumb, dude. I guess it's not that crazy because it's 2% only, but still. It's gonna stack up quickly. So we're definitely gonna be able to hit like 10,000 armor. So we should have like 75% damage reduction with armor. So our survivability is not gonna be that bad. We got the Fizz Res fixed. We do need a little bit more vitality. We need a throwing attack speed. We need a throwing attack speed. Hybrid health. Hybrid health. We have vitality where we can get vitality. So here we can go armor and I don't know. Fire res, I think. Still not maxed. Oh, lightning res is not maxed again. Because we switched this. We switched that. So it's 800 endurance threshold. That is really not bad at all. I would like 10 more vitality just to max these two out. Rogue passive tree. Yeah, if I could get like 10 more vitality, that would be nice. Or we could just do elemental res instead of cold res somewhere. So let's say right here we do elemental res. Yeah, they're pretty close. And this can be elemental res here. Yeah, okay. Something like that. And remember, we have it on average here. So I think this is pretty close. If we get better rolls, and I can never do max when I have Omnis. It's just, yeah, you're never gonna get max rolls on an Omnis. So if I'm using Omnis, I just kind of click average. But I think this is probably close to the setup we're gonna want here. I don't think any of these do much. Minion spell. Is there a minion physical? Minion melee. Oh, minion melee. Tier 5, of course. Any other minion? Dot minion spell. No. That's good enough. We could just apply like shock or something. For extra stun chance. Actually, no, armor shred. Yeah, armor shred. Of course. Yeah, okay. That's it. That's it. What's our crit multi? It's actually pretty low now. I mean, not low, but so-so. Yeah, okay. So I think, yeah, we got the EHP to be pretty decent. And don't forget, we're running 140 dexterity, which translates to 14% Falcon health leech for us. I don't know, man. These nodes are crazy. 400 armor as well. And we're definitely going to have a lot higher armor percent mitigation here. So these HP numbers are not quite accurate. Do we have anything to scale dodge? Oh wait, glancing blow. We should have like close to max glancing blow, right? Glancing blow. Where's the... It's only 42. Well, that's not counting the Aegis, the golden Aegis. Here we go. Just go max. There we go, 88. 88 glancing blow. EHP went up, excellent. And if we have a perfectly rolled one, yeah, okay. This is going to be tanky enough. I think this is going to be tanky enough. All right, let me just check. Do we have most of the slots figured out? Oh, the belt. The belt doesn't have anything here. So what benefits our Falcon here? Minion damage? And then maybe physical damage? We're just going to get a cleanse, actually. Yeah, we're just going to get cleanse. These are good. These are fine. This could easily be a 4 LP, but we're just going to leave it at 3 LP. And Ominous Credo with only a single modifier added to it. Then 2 rings. Only 1 modifier on the anchor. I think that's realistic. Getting 2 is actually pretty rough. So I think that's fine. This katana is a little bit too optimistic, I believe. Okay, so it's adding the katana implicit. There we go. Yeah, and I don't like that this average averages out these ones as well. You know, I betcha we actually give the minion cold damage, quite a bit of cold damage because of Morning Frost. So maybe this should be shred cold damage, or sorry, shred cold res. Yeah, maybe this needs to be shred cold res. I don't actually know. I don't actually know. Throwing attack speed is 93. That is acceptable. We do have passive options to give it even more. There's like 8% right here that we just don't have enough points to allocate it to. If we take 2 out of here, this is a good node though. 2 points. Every point is 70 flat armor. That's not bad. Maybe we don't need to cap phys res. Maybe 65, 70 should be fine because of armor. I don't know. Even with all that armor, it's nice to have it capped. Just to reduce the damage even further. Anyways, I think roughly this is the build that we want to go for. I think I spent way too much time on it. We got to go and try another build though. I think this is good enough for this build. Damn, I'm slow at this. We have the idols slotted in. This can go armor instead of mana because we decided we're not going to go YOLO on mana. Armor is going to be really phenomenal, I think. We have extra skill points. What do? We can go here. Oh, do we want to scale damage a bit? We could. Yeah, actually, let's just scale damage. See how that does. Do we need Dusk Shroud, actually? Wait, I don't think we need Dusk Shroud nearly as much as some other builds because we already have near max glancing blow, so we can drop that. We could just keep it at 1 point here. And that's enough. Let's just give it more area, maybe growth speed. Yeah. Or maybe duration. I think that's fine. And then +1. +1 on gel cores here. Yeah, we're good. I think something like this. The resistances are close to capped. If you have like 20 less dexterity, you could trade some dexterity for vitality, and that would max the resistances way easier. Why stack mana? So why stack mana? Honestly, we moved away from stacking mana, unfortunately. It makes me a little bit sad. But stacking mana, I was hoping to utilize Coordinated Assault, which reduces the cooldown of Falconry and Dive Bomb per 10 max mana you have. And so if you have 1,000 max mana, it resets their cooldown. That's kind of cool, no? Or even 900 max mana. It's going to reset the cooldown, right? So I thought that would be really cool to try, but it's just stacking mana is too costly. I think the alternative of running Morning Frost plus Dexterity is better. I think if we wanted to really stack mana, we would drop Morning Frost. And unfortunately, stacking mana doesn't scale our damage. It only scales this cooldown reset, so I don't think that's good enough. I think stacking Dex and Morning Frost is just a better option. So we dropped the mana stacking idea. I think it's a cool gameplay that we should test out at some point, but we drop it for now. And then why Sword and Shield? Well, this shield in particular gives us block chance per stack of Golden Aegis, and it's really easy to get 4 stacks of Golden Aegis. And so that's 50%, let's say, block chance. And you lose those 50% block chance if you get hit. Sorry, if you block. However, by getting Deflect and Weave, we convert our block chance to Glancing Blow. So we can never ever block. So we get free 50% glancing blow rather, with, you know, with that downside of that 50% block disappearing when you block, never occurring. So anyway, it's just a really neat combo that Awizi shared with us that we will take advantage of. So that's why Sword and Shield. But anyways, let me save this. I'll just store it, make sure I don't lose it. So it's a Falconer crit. Yeah, I don't know, whatever. We'll call it something. So what build do we want to try next? Let's start up a new one. And we're running way late. Later than I'd like anyway. So, build number 2. Again, it's going to be Falconer. You guys, I think a bunch of people have done Ballista already. Aren't these builds that have already been done though, guys? I think I've seen Net and Puncture and I've seen Ballista. I've seen like, what do you call it? Thumbnails that talk about Net and Puncture or Ballista. Go ahead, Manawood. Go for it, bro. Welcome to the channel, by the way. Yeah. Do we want to do these builds that have been kind of made already? We could try Net and Puncture. That could be interesting, I guess. Is Dive Bomb stackable damage? What? So let's think about it from this perspective. The build we just made is crazy single target DPS. That's what I think it's going to accomplish really well. The AoE is not going to be phenomenal. So can we come up with a build that is a little bit better AoE wise? What do you guys think? Do we want to try and go for a more AoE build? Just generic clear of some sort? Crazy electric net spark charges. Wait, spark charges? We have spark charges in this class? You wanted to ask, you plan to play Last Epoch when 1.0 hits? One thing you wanted to know if you remember the skill Revive from Diablo 2. Revive returns a monster to life to fight by your side. You wanted to know if you knew a build that sort of worked like that. Your best bet is Necro. I don't think we can convert enemy minions or like mobs to our side. So there isn't a revive equivalent, unfortunately. But Necro has a large amount of minions that you can utilize. Yeah. And you can telestomp with Necro. There are certain abilities and certain items that teleport your minions with you. And so, not just Necro, but other skills as well. Or, other classes as well. They can teleport minions with them, but Necro has a few extra options for teleporting minions with them. So I think I'd recommend Necro. A rogue like Melee Falconer that uses the new dex stacking for tankiness. Explosive traps have spark charge. That is ridiculous. The Falconer skill uses a support. Okay. A unique that converts spark charges scaling. Yeah, currently there's no scaling for spark charges, so I wouldn't even bother. But a unique could easily change that. Where do we have spark charges? Oh, right here. Okay, interesting. I didn't even realize. Spark charges, okay. Yeah, you're welcome, Manawood. Morphex, in multiplayer, does everyone get boss uniques and blessings? Or only the owner? Everybody gets blessings. And everybody gets boss uniques, yeah. Everybody gets them. Shadow Cascade deck stacking Falconer. So let's think about what are the benefits of running Falconer. What is the utility that we would get? It would give us Falconer mark damage. But this is not great for spammed skills. This is only good for like single big hits, which is not a thing. It's not a thing for Rogue. So this is not really good utility for Rogue. Well, yeah, if the party members don't have enough stability for the boss, they cannot go in to the fight. Oh, utility from the past. So you don't even want to run Falcon, period, hey? This is going to give us a bunch of armor. What do we get up here? I don't think it's worth it, honestly. I don't think what we get from the passive tree is good enough to warrant going, let's say, Falconer instead of something like just Blade Dancer. Blade Dancer passive tree is pretty decent, especially if you're going low life. This is a crazy good death's door right there. Yeah, these skills on the right hand side from here, the only good ones are the defensive ones, bottom here, the armor. We're running Falcon to activate the bonuses. Which bonuses? Sorry. You mean the bonuses here? Oh, I forgot we get plus 1 Falcon melee damage per 4 dexterity. Oh my god, dude. We get benefit from Falcon hitting. Yeah, this one. So yeah, we could scale really decent armor. We could get really good armor with, but there's nothing for damage. There's nothing that's gonna scale our DPS for a melee build. At least, I'm not like maybe net. I don't know. What is the damage scaling on net, guys? Does anybody have it? The only melee build that I think maybe could work. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think melee primary. Melee, if you do think of melee puncture, that could work. If you do net and then puncture. That's maybe feasible. But even then, I would still go Blade Dancer and then run the net. Like invest 15 points in the passive skill tree of Falconer and run net. 100% effectiveness on net hit. What about damage over time? Does it do damage over time? Right here, net causes enemies to take physical damage over time and causing them to bleed each second. How much physical damage over time? I guess we don't know. Yeah, so we could try lightning damage net. Smoke bomb, falcon dive, bow build. I think that can be legit. But what would do what has the largest AoE? I want to make an AoE build, like a good clear build to go with our solid crazy single target. What's the area of net? Is it big AoE? Let me look it up. What does net look like?
You can be this happy
Oh
too
no,
with
stop it. Jeez. Falcon Strike's his biggest AoE? You're kidding me, that's crazy. The bow traps is probably best clear. I kind of lean towards that as well, but everybody's made a bow traps build already. You can have 3 traps at once.
Drain node here. So you spec the bow skill here, and then you got. So really.
Down, so you can actually make it, and by using bow attacks.
You know what? Let's just go over here. Give me the net. Oh, that is so janky how you're bouncing back and forth. That's kind of annoying, no?
That was close.
Where is the net? Oh, he just throws it behind? Bunch of caltrops? Oh, that's annoying. I don't know. I'm not loving net. Where's the triple net? Is this double net right here? Okay, this is double net. Yeah, this is triple net right here. Triple net, maybe? Additional traps thrown plus. So only plus 5 mana cost. Only plus 5 mana cost. You can still bring it down to 0 mana cost. But you can't shotgun 3 nets onto one enemy, right? Just to confirm. An enemy can only be inflicted a net trap. With the AoE passive. These are... It's not a very big AoE upgrade though. 25%, not huge. But in terms of more multipliers, global shock chance, we can get 200% shock easily, probably. Maybe 300 global shock chance. So that's a 600% more damage. 400 to 600% more damage is very viable. And then more damage per 100 dodge rating. This is hard to scale. Do we have any source of crazy dodge in this build? Anything that gives us dodge per attack? I don't think this is going to benefit the punctures though, these two. Oh no, it's not about the tankiness, it's more about scaling this damage, but I don't think it's that scalable, to be honest with you. I guess glancing blow and dusk shroud stacks, that could be a thing. Because this thing I think can give us dusk shroud, right? No, not that one. This one here. But unfortunately, stacking dusk shrouds. Smoke cloud is decent, but this I think gives you a lot as well, right here. If you get high max and you increase the arming time, each trap could give you like 2 stacks. Yeah, so we could get plus 2 stacks of Dusk Shroud per trap with 10 max traps. So we could get like 20 stacks of Dusk Shroud from this node right here. Every 2-3 seconds. Yeah, it's more utility. It's not for actual damage at that point. So I'm just theory crafting it in my head, and it doesn't sound good. I agree. It doesn't sound good. No, that doesn't sound good at all. So, okay, this dodge rating stacking thing here is probably not viable to give like crazy damage boosts. Witchfire? I think Witchfire could be viable. I haven't played around with it, but it looks like if the numbers stay as they are, it does look like it can be viable. Okay, so I don't think net should be our main damage source. I don't think these are viable. So it could be a damage source that procs puncture. And so puncture could be the main damage source. Also use puncture for you when they are triggered. This will use the melee or bow version, depending on your equipped weapon. Consumes mana, blah, blah, blah. How many times per second, though? Or just once, I guess? Oh, okay. So this could be interesting with the puncture. But the bleeds are not going to apply to the puncture itself, right? You're saying just bring them together? Right. Does puncture have enough more multipliers? I'm not seeing a lot of more damage multipliers on puncture, guys. I think shadow daggers maybe is more viable for puncture. Puncture is at its best with bleed or shadow daggers. Throw nets that throw punctures that throw daggers. That's right. Sounds viable, right? But then we're just running another shadow dagger build. Can we scale the damage of actually explosive traps? Can we run an explosive trap build, guys? How about pure damage explosive traps? So we become a throwing character. Throwing damage based. What is the damage scaling on trap? Can anybody tell me? What is the base kind of damage scaling of it? $300%? Are you sure? 300%? For reals? No. How can it be 300%? Wow. Okay. I think we can stack that. Let's just see. How many more multipliers do we have? How many more multipliers do we have? I'm not seeing very many more damage multipliers. In fact, I'm not seeing any. Yeah, it does benefit from added flat throwing. Okay, so it really doesn't have any more damage multipliers other than these ones over here with the arming time. And these are not nodes we want to pick up, to be honest. Base arming is 0.4. I mean, we just want to explode them ourselves by spamming them and getting over the limit. I can't believe there's no more damage multipliers in the tree. I guess it's just a steroid for our Falcon. The limit is 6 by default, and then you can get plus extra 4 from these 4 skill points. Yeah, if you go past the cap, the old ones blow up, and so that's the crazy synergy that we want to utilize with Sky Signal. We just blow up all the old ones and keep spamming, spamming, spamming. What do you mean you need 30 per second to use the limit? Oh, you're saying because it's 0.4 arming time? Well, if we go to the video, it's 0.4 seconds after the enemy walks into it, though, isn't it? Yeah, it's 0.4 seconds after the enemy walks in. And yeah, you can throw five traps indeed. Right. And you can preload the damage buff for Falcon right here. But I don't think explosive trap on its own can be viable for like damage. Because it doesn't have more multipliers in the skill tree. It's a good utility skill, don't get me wrong. I just don't see the damage coming in. You think busted spark charges? I mean, they better, otherwise it's not going to do anything. Let's see. What else can we try? Black arrow? No, thanks. Ailments? I mean, I think ailments is also viable, but it's going to have pretty much the same playstyle. Umbro Blades? Umbro Blades is probably legit. Let me check how that looks like. Did they look at that in here? Oh yeah, right here. Interesting location for the Umbro blades. What kind of targeting is that? Yeah, I think Umbro blades is legit. Oh, there are many classes and builds that can go over 1000 corruption chocolate. Yeah. Umbro blades can be a throwing falconer because Umbro blades essentially, yeah, they're throwing damage. Isn't there a limit to your Umbro blades though? Yeah, 3. 3 blade storms. And then we probably spec into shadow daggers. Yeah, there was something about 5%. This one. 5% more shadow falcon damage per Umbro blade. Can we scale these shadow falcons, guys? What do we think? Is shadow falcons a thing? Basically, we would need absolutely insane mana generation. This could be pretty fun generation of, sorry, AoE damage. Yeah, let's try to spec into crazy damage dive bomb. What do you guys think? Oh, for corruption on my list, on my tier list. Oh, that's what you're saying. I kind of like to, I don't write the top end of the corruption because I honestly don't think corruption scaling is really good right now. It's kind of silly. So I don't really worry about, if you can kill 700 plus corruption, you can definitely kill 1000 plus corruption. For most builds anyways. And the builds that are most capable at 1000 plus corruption, it's just weird. Yeah. And corruption is scaling with 1.0. You're right. I am safer. Thank you for the sub. Thank you so much. Welcome, irashaimasu. Yeah, okay, let's try doing a dive bomb, shadow falcon or shadow, yeah, whatever this is, shadow falcon build. So let's give that a try. So it's going to be primary damage is dive bomb. So we have to figure out ways to reduce its cooldown. And the other problem is going to be figuring out the mana management situation, because these are very, very greedy skills. Do we want attack speed? Probably. So it's, I guess it's still a falcon build. God damn it. I mean, it is a falconer class. And I guess we're still stacking decks. Are we still stacking decks? I guess we still stack decks. Falcon throwing damage is not something we care about. We want falcon melee damage. Yeah, If we stack mana, that could be more useful for a build like this. So we definitely want more damage for the Falcon. Wait, what weapon do we want? Do we want to be bow or do we want to be melee? Again with the shield. The shield trick is really neat. Definitely want instant cast. Definitely want this double dipping node. Definitely want the armor stacking. And this is probably just good overall. Okay, so we unlock these and that's the important thing. Probably want dex stacking as well. These builds build themselves almost. Actually, we also need synchronized strike. So we're gonna pop 2 points in there. Okay. Ooh, 5% MS. Damn. So if we spec into dive bomb, and get this reduced delay thing, probably if we're going to be using it, spamming it a lot. And we probably want 5 Shadow Falcons. You gain a stack of Dusk Shroud for each Shadow Falcon that hit at least one enemy. Okay, so we can get 15 Dusk Shroud stacks? No. Yeah, 15 Dusk Shroud stacks. And we'll do this, obviously, for double damage. Okay. It turns out we need way too many skill points. This is not good. What do we do here? We also need to go up here, maybe? Yeah, for the mana. Yeah. And the cooldown recovery? We need the cooldown recovery right here. How do we fit this here? I guess we forget these stacks. We definitely need the cooldown because we're running such a high cooldown here. +8 plus 50%. I finished one planner. I finished one planner right here. So I'm going to review it one more time, probably. Another, maybe after I sleep on it. You got to sleep on it and review things just to be fresh. This is probably a good node as well. Damn. These are not useful. So we can skip this side. But these up here are useful. Especially this one for mana management. This one for mana management is just too good. I guess we just drop rushing wings? Since we're doing birds aren't real? Yeah, okay. We'll just drop that. And we just need +2 and then we're okay. So this is not too bad. So we're gonna pop on Omnis. Let's go Omnis for the +1. It's actually variable. Three, but if we if we do synchronized strike, oh, that requires a melee weapon, so we have to use melee weapon, and that's okay. But yeah, if we do a synchronized strike with dark allies, it says this can exceed your normal maximum number of shadows. So you go synchronized strike into dive. Is that good though? It's very pricey. Very, very expensive. Let's give it a try. So we go here. What else is good on this? I can't remember. For utility, I guess you can get critical vulnerability, but... And Fizz Res Shred chance. Coated Blades passive. But I don't think this is gonna work on the dive bomb. Yeah, I don't think this is gonna work on the dive bomb. Because it's a minion skill. It's gonna work on the synchronized strike, but we're not dealing damage with synchronized strike. So I don't think we want it actually. And we definitely want shadows from smoke bomb, you're right, Mark. I do believe we want that. And we can get some armor shred. And then, is there anything else? Some armor shred, I guess? With critical vulnerability, I guess? I don't even know. Oh, area per shadow. That's not bad. No, never mind. Never mind, that's different. That is different. Okay. Thanks for coming by, Wake again. You have a question for low life Beastmaster with Cleaver and Exam? You understand life leech and any health regen in the passive is bad, but is there a way to generate ward? Well, the ward generation happens with the exsanguinous low life stuff, right? Missing health converted to ward, right? That's the way to generate ward. I'm not sure if I answered your question though. Did I answer your question? I'm not sure if I... Yeah, let me know. So then we probably need aerial assault to reduce the cooldown as well. But we must run falconry also. No, this doesn't work. We cannot miss falconry and we cannot miss explosive trap because sky signal is just too OP. Yeah, you get low life generations. Here, let me pull it up the build. I'll show you in the build planner. It's hard to point it out without the build planner. Here it is. One sec. This one right here. So you have You have Exanguinous, which says 20% of missing health gained as ward per second. And then you have these boots that say 15% of missing health gained as ward. And then you have this tier 7 experimental affix that's another 20% missing health gained as ward per second. So it's a 55% missing health gained as ward per second. So this 3,000 life, basically 55% of that is ward per second. Hey, no worries. It's all good, man. So these are the three sources. And the beauty of the other beauty of the build, by the way, welcome to whoever just subbed. Sorry about that. Missed you. Welcome in Irashaimase. But basically, the beauty of the build is you're converting your strength to int, and that int gives you ward retention. So you have 600% ward retention for free. So not only do we generate a ton of ward, we also have insane ward retention, making us extremely tanking. So, and Twisted Heart. Yeah, we have just... Twisted Heart doesn't actually generate ward, but it does give us extra health, extra strength. So, but it is nice. War is trolling me again. Twisted Heart is the best item in the game. How can you not have it? Oh, sorry, you're not trolling me. I thought you're trolling me. No, actually, we don't use a single spell. We don't use a single spell in this build. It's all melee. Everything. Well, actually, okay, we use Warcry, but nobody cares about Warcry. It's not. The purpose of Twisted Heart is just simply for health and strength. Health and strength. That's all. That's all we care about. Low life Wolf Beastmaster with the Howl of the West Wind. Cool. Still trying to farm the Squirrel Home. Yeah. Misha, how can you say that? How can you say that? Hating Twisted Heart? Is it because it's too OP? Anyways, fair enough. So Mark, you're saying Explosive Trap instead of Sync Strike? And then Bow with Targeted Smoke Bomb. How can we get a sufficient shadow generation though? Two things I love: helmets and Twisted Hearts. A Helm Day is a glorious day. Here we go, the Twisted Love. Delete Twisted Heart. No, don't say that. Oh, I didn't just say you say that. No, you can't say things like that. They already nerfed it, Misha. This is one nerfed trash tier item. No, okay, Misha, I do agree with you. It's a little bit powerful, but honestly, there are way worse offenders in the current patch. Twisted Heart is not nearly as OP as some of the other items that were introduced, and I'm sure we will get to see even more OP items. Low Life and Twisted Heart both need to get nerfed, perhaps. Negative Strength on Heart. I think I would love to see a better percent mana spent converted to ward options. Right now, there isn't a single build that utilizes percent mana spent converted to ward. And I really think that would be a cool build archetype. Mana spent into ward. Something that incentivizes you to spend more mana and to figure out ways to get your mana recovered after that. I think that's cool. Hartenan's Vow. Replace Heart with Hartenan's Vow. New Falconer Uniques will be out of control. New Falconer Unique is like you get 500% increased area on all of your skills just because you lock AoE. Here you go, Mr. Falconer. They should buff endurance before they nerf Twisted Heart. They're trying to buff endurance with these passive nodes in Falconer, but like, I don't know. I think they need to buff endurance some more. Give endurance like a 75% max percentage endurance. Instead of 60, make it 75%. That could be nice. Same as resistances, right? They're 75. And the higher threshold numbers on the suffixes, fair enough, yeah. Vit should give endurance. Yeah, I mean, those are not bad recommendations. I agree with that. 30%. I don't know. I think the percentage max should be higher. The base HP, I could even live with it being lower if they increase the max percent. I don't know. I just feel like 60% is not very high. Maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, the threshold numbers are pretty silly low. But what do you guys think? Back to this build. How can we generate shadows efficiently? Also, if we only have 3 shadows max, if we don't have synchronized strike, we cannot utilize 5 points in Wings of Shadow. It has to be 3 points. It has to be 3 points. What are the best ways to generate shadows? Shadow on pickup. No, shadow arrows on like dark quiver is dumb. Decoy. Cooldown is too high. Even if we got triple decoys for triple shadows, cooldown's too high. Smoke bomb is 1 shadow per second, so it's like 3 shadows per 3 seconds. That's not good enough. We need a better frequency of shadows. Shadows can be generated with shift right here. But that's just, again, very, very bottlenecked. Yeah, I don't know. We don't have good options. Outside of synchronized strike, everything here is shadows. This is not good. Does this generate shadows? No. Creates a shadow after a kill. That's not good enough though. Generate a shadow every time your explosive trap. That's the only thing we're missing on explosive trap. A shadow generation per explosion. Dancing strikes. Yeah, so we're very bottlenecked. It kind of has to be smoke bombs and I don't know. Synchronized strike is clunky. The duration increase is nice, but that doesn't generate wards more frequent. Sorry, shadows more frequently. Black arrows are just so incredibly clunky though. And also, yeah, just black arrows is too clunky. Yeah, by the time we actually get them to generate the shadows, it's gonna have taken longer than actually just getting smoke bomb. How long? I want them to work. I want them to work so badly, these dark quivers. They really need to just delete this skill. This skill is not good. They just need to rework it. Just entirely rework it. What weapon? We haven't chosen the weapons yet. Synchronized strike would require a melee weapon, but I'm not sure that we want to go with synchronized strike because we must run Explosive trap. See, this is the problem with putting these kinds of ridiculous multipliers in the game. They bottleneck you down. You cannot run a Falconer with Falcon as your main DPS and not have explosive trap. There's just not an option. You must run explosive trap because this damage multiplier is like 3, 4, 5, 10x. You know what I mean? How can you miss on 10x the damage? You can't. Shadow String and Smoke Bomb. Shadow String and Smoke. What do you mean? What do you mean by Shadow String? Rogue 0 skill class. Shadow String. Shadow String. Hey, Cuckoo. Shadow String. It doesn't generate shadows though. I like this crit chance. That's pretty sweet. 211. Ward gained. Ward gained. Charge. Charge. Can you stack 2 smoke bombs on top of each other? Your Falcon's skills. Okay. That's the other problem, actually. United Assault doesn't work with melee attacks. So Synchronized Strike being a melee attack, it doesn't have a good synergy with United Assault. Which sucks. Sucks. Right? This is, yeah, it's a melee attack. Damn. Morning, Ephemerio. We're trying to figure out if we can get Dive Bomb with 3 shadows to be spammed. Maybe we just... Maybe we just do this skill node. Maybe we forget about Synchronized Strike. Because I don't think it synergizes. Maybe we go back to Explosive Trap. We're running the exact same skill set. Would you look at that? Would you look at that? I think so. Synchronized Strike definitely solves the shadow problem. But it introduces a mana problem, and it also does not recover cooldown here. This one where it says you have to use throwing or bow attacks to reduce cooldown on Dive Bomb. That doesn't synergize with Synchronized Strike. So I'm wondering if we're better off just relying on Smoke Bomb shadows and maybe just putting maybe 2 points in here. And maybe focusing more into points that scale Umbro Blades, you know? Because we can get a bunch of Umbro Blades up here. Oh, sorry, let me just catch up here. You're trying to figure out where you can farm Shade's Horn Staff of the Coven. Which staff? What staff are you referring to? That staff doesn't ring a bell. Horned staff of the Coven? Oh, you just need just like a staff like this? Just an exalted? Oh, okay. So purple horn staff. You could try farming staff days on that one dungeon. Here, I'll show you. If you go here, resources, dungeons, inside Soulfire Bastion, you can look at modifiers. So resources, Soulfire Bastion, modifiers. And here you can find staves. Oh, it's today actually. Look at that. So the Soul Gambler's inventory contains 4 additional staves today for another 17 hours. Muten Mamba, you guessed it. So if you go and farm Soul Gambler right now for the next 17 hours or 16 or so hours, I don't know. You can go, and when you gamble at the guy, he's gonna have at least 4 staves. So it increases your chance. Yeah, let's see. Is it gonna let me? Okay, it did let me. Using net with caltrops for the throw CDR reduction. Net with caltrops. Net with caltrops. Net with caltrops. What is this cooldown reduction? Oh, spamming net. But we have to be spamming explosive trap anyways. Sky Signal is way too strong. If you want to run a Falcon damage based build, you have to have explosive trap and Sky Signal. There's no question about it. Does the dungeon level matter? Yeah, you want to have tier 4. You want to be running tier 4. If you look at the bonus here up through here at tier 3, tier 3 it's 3 additional staves, but I don't know what the percentages are when it comes to how likely you are to get an exalted in a tier 3 dungeon versus tier 4. So I don't actually know. But anyways, yeah, I think tier 4 is usually best. The aerial assault can have a dive bomb have a 0 cooldown. Like literally 0-second cooldown if you have enough mana. How can we get aerial assault's cooldown back though? How can we get aerial assault cooldown down back? This gives traversal skill cooldown recovered. Okay, so maybe what we do, maybe we save explosive trap damage boost for bosses. Because we still need explosive. Oh wait, we don't have synchronized trap strike anymore. Maybe we replace shadow or smoke bomb. Yeah, we can respec smoke bomb into synchronized strike. Yeah, this could work maybe. I don't know. Let's try this. So get rid of smoke bomb, go into synchronized strike. I suppose we can just get utility here. Doesn't matter. These are the important ones. Oh, area? Yeah, maybe area. And then, so the way I imagine it, I'm thinking about how is the flow going to work inside Monos. Because if we want to minimize how much we stand and use skills and just constantly be on the move. So if we can iterate between synchronized strike and aerial assault and dive bomb and falconry, because falconry is instant cast. So it's not going to take up anything for us. So this is a must. This is a must. That's pretty good. Yeah, so something like this, great utility for our other skills. The only issue is dive bomb. This is going to be pretty much the same as before. What are we missing? Yeah, that works. Okay. How do we get the cooldown for dive bomb low enough? I guess we kind of need to be running. Actually, no, United Assault is not bad. Maybe. I don't know. We need +4 on this skill. We really need +4. To get +2 to Midnight Aviary. And then plus extra 2 to Rapid Pursuit. Both of those are pretty much must-have, I think. The other one is the Falcon Strike spam. I think most of the damage will come from Falconry and Falcon Strike spam. Dive Bomb, I'm not sure whether we need it. I'm not sure what we're trying to do with it, to be honest. But it's going to get crazy low cooldown because of explosive traps. So we thought, okay, well, might as well just use both Falconry and Dive Bomb. Whereas this other build, we're more focused on shadows and just getting Dive Bomb to be actually just the main DPS source. And Falconry is more of a utility. And this build is meant to be more for clear, whereas this build is going to be just like insane single target DPS. Yeah, this should be crazy single target DPS. Yeah, Fano. 7 more days. 7 more days. Well, that's a good point. I actually don't know. So, Cloud Gatherer on Falcon Strike. Cloud Gatherer. Which one is Cloud Gatherer? Yeah, I'm not seeing a Gatherer in here. Where else can we get utility from in this skill tree? I think at least a few points in here for movement and attack and cast speed. Like 4 points? Oh, okay. No worries. 6 days for you. Hey, I guess it is 6 days for me too. I just, yeah, you can see. Oh, you can't see. Never mind. But yeah, it's over past 12 o'clock now. What else? Actually, I would like to have this health and mana gain. This is sweet. So, I think we really need more mana recovery though. How about these feather bursts? Are these feather bursts good? Patch notes will be huge. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do a patch notes review video. Yeah, yeah. I think that's true for every new class. They need to mesh it together with the rest of the skill set that the class has. I wonder if Feather Burst could do damage. Feather Burst area. Going blindly with build creation without knowledge about new uniques for the class is dangerous at best. And that's true. That's true, but you know, we can't see the future, so it's the best we have so far. And if anything, if there's something that looks crazy OP right now, it can only get better with new uniques. Can only get better. Exactly. Respecs are easy peasy. You hope they don't publish them close enough to, sorry, too close to the release so we have some time to digest. I hope it's at least 2 days prior, yeah. Decks stacking to the sky, I agree with that. I definitely agree with that. Good night, Bad Dawn. Thanks for coming by. Have a good one, man. Are you saying Gatherer in Dive Bomb? Oh, this one, okay. Oh, right. Smoke bomb duration. Yeah, I gotcha. Morphex, I always assumed it's additive, but I never actually... I didn't actually know for a fact. It's a valid question. My money's also patch notes on 19. I hope it's the 19th. They seem to be posting every day now around the same time, you know, in the morning my time. They're starting to do the daily, you know, hype posts. 2 days of thinking. Yeah. And we can adjust these builds, by the way, between in those 2 days. If we see all of the uniques, they might not even release all of the uniques with the patch notes. Going physical without decoy shred and taunt. What do you mean by that? Fist shred, we can get fist shred through other means. Oh, he confirmed it. It's going to be Feb 19th. Nice. Nice. 4 days to go, guys. 4 days to patch notes. So yeah, for this skill tree, I think... Well, actually, if we're running Synchronized Strike, we can definitely invest 5 points in here. What am I even doing here? We want 5. It's just, we want too many things in here. I definitely want more mana on boss or rare hit. Because mana is going to be a massive problem. Unless we stack mana. That's the other option. Is with Aerial Assault, Refreshing Resolve, Missing Mana Recovered. If we have like a very high mana pool, this can be okay. The problem is by going high mana pool, we're sacrificing so much dexterity. And we're not getting any damage. We're just getting mana. We're just getting utility in terms of cooldown. So... I don't know, man. Well, it gives 72% damage and then another 80% damage. Mag. Nice. I love it too. I'm excited to try it. I think it's going to be one of the best ways to level up as well. Because you can just cast it and keep running. It would be most likely, if not your starter, your second. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, I think it's going to be really smooth. And we don't even know. Maybe there's some uniques that boost it even more. Gustborn. Gust node from area assault is insane for low life builds. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. Yeah, I'm not a massive fan of the fear either. I mostly wanted the area stuff. But if the fear is too annoying, I'll take it out. I completely agree with you. The thing is though, if there's a curse applied to the enemy, we don't mind if they run away. They're just going to die anyways. Synchronized strike. So we want to try and make synchronized strike work with 5 shadows together with dive bomb. But it's a bit of a struggle. It's a bit of a struggle. We need a lot of things to manage the mana. Because this... Well, first of all, the cooldown is crazy high. So one way to manage both mana and cooldown is to go into aerial assault, but down here at the bottom. The problem is mana stacking means we're sacrificing dexterity. So we have to sacrifice dexterity in the chest and helmet to get more mana. And I'm not sure that I love that. Falcon strikes with the Falcon's Gale node. Falcon strikes. But that's only for Falcon strikes. That will reduce cooldown of aerial assault. Is it going to cover its own mana cost though? Mana per 40 attributes. Maybe? I think it's viable. It's just mana. I'm worried about mana. Well, we can only do one Falcon Strike, right? Well, okay, so you're saying Falcon Strike and then Explosive Trap to trigger the cooldown recovery, right? Because you still have to consume the Falcon Mark to reduce the cooldown. By the way, we already have a cooldown reset. If we have enough mana, this is a cooldown reset. I don't know. Yeah, Synchronized Strike is the only way to get 5 shadows. Synchronized Strike, this node up here, Dark Allies, gives you an extra 2 over the cap. Right, it does help with the aerial assault cooldown. So we could just iterate over these skills indeed. So basically we go Synchronized Strike, Dive Bomb, Falconry into Aerial Assault. And then Explosive Trap as needed to recover cooldowns. Yeah, I don't think stacking mana is worth it, honestly, guys. stacking max mana. I don't think this node is worth. We can use it as a supplement, just a little bit of mana, 300. I don't think I want to stack mana because we already have this United Assault, remaining cooldown recovered. So you just spam a bunch of explosive traps, and you can get. And I mean that gives you damage as well. So the synergy is just ridiculous with spamming explosive traps. Resource management. I think they have a lot of different options for resource management, so it's not too bad. Now, what about this scaling of Midnight Aviary? Shadowed Falcon damage per Umbral Blade. How many Umbral Blades can we get? This throws 6. Six Umbral Blades here. You have more than enough CDR by just spamming traps. I agree. So I think we're just going to go with trap spam. We're not going to focus on mana. That way we open up affix slots or prefix slots for dexterity as well as vitality. And I think that's the play. I would like a few more points in avian stamina. And I also don't think we need Falcon's Gale because we already have side by side. So get this. When you use a melee throwing or bow attack and hit at least one enemy, you reduce a portion of Falconer's remaining cooldown by 15%. And then this reduces it by another 4%. Yeah. It's just spamming explosive trap reduces cooldown so easily. And the mana cost increase is kind of steep. Yeah, this CDR from like this node doesn't need to exist. We already get so much CDR bonus. So far, I don't think we can generate the traps. We need the patch notes indeed. So far, there is no way. But you can generate them with these other skills. Throwing attack speeds and your cooldown are more than fine. Yeah, I think so too. Yeah, I think this is probably the play we want to go with. Now, is this any good? Shadow Falcons deal more damage per Umbral Blade you have on the ground. How long do they stay on the ground? If they're the base Umbral Blades. Not adjusted ones. It doesn't say. Does not say. Do you think these... The only thing I don't like about this build that we're working on right now, I think it's probably viable, but it just annoys me a little bit that it's very similar to what we have over here. It's very similar to our previous build attempt. We just replaced Smoke Bomb with Synchronized Strike. So sorry, test which one? Unlong? Umbro time? Yeah, I suppose we could. But is it gonna be the same if they're procced by something else versus if you activate them yourself? I don't know. Yeah, uniques could totally throw things off. Like there could easily be some uniques that solve all of our mana issues. So keep that in mind. You think it's the same? Sorry, what? What is the same? I'm just firing up the game and we can test it. 5 seconds-ish. I'm just gonna fire up the game and test it out. Let's go and see. There we go. Okay, good. Using blade shield node from shurikens. We don't have skill slots though. Falconer has too many must-have skills. Okay, so we're saying let's try Umbro Blades. See how long they stick on the ground. Oh no! I need to unspec it. One, okay, so 3, 4, 5. Oh, 5 or so seconds. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. 1 second, 2 second, 3 second, 4 second, 5, 6. Yeah, 5 to 6 seconds. Five to 6 seconds, roughly. So we could theoretically stack this twice, let's say. If we cast Aerial Assault twice, we can get 12 Umbro Blades. So basically you can think of this as 12% more damage. It's not that great. It's not that great. Oh, we don't have a smoke bomb. Man. Is there a way to automatically proc smoke bomb? It wants you to take the Umbro Blade tree so you can spawn them from shadows and increase duration. That can proc which one? Smoke bomb? But we don't have net. And we really do not have room for any new skills. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe we try a different build. Falconry is broken in tools. Is that right? 4 base damage? No way. Net is nice, yeah, but it's not gonna overtake Explosive Trap with this ridiculous sky signal. Yeah, you get from Mastery +1 Falcon melee damage per 4 decks. This one. Right? Something like this is what you're looking for. And then there's Falcon throwing damage per 4 dex right here as well. It's just the damage numbers coming from trap are an order of 10-fold better. You can easily spam 5 to 10 traps per cast, so per throw. So per second you could hit like 20 traps exploding, you know what I mean? And that's 300% more damage per second. So for 3 seconds you could definitely get this up to like 1,000% more damage. If these work as we imagine. It's just too much damage. And I don't like skills like this because we must run this. Whenever something gives you 10 times the damage, you kind of have to run it, you know what I mean? If anything, you run it for boss fights. Because it's fine against trash clear, you don't need explosive traps. But against boss fights, you just throw 10 of these in 3 seconds and the boss dies. It's so silly. Yeah, I'm not a fan of this. This is just not easy to fit in the build. Maybe I'm missing something. If you live long enough, considering you want to use melee skill and have almost no defenses. Defenses, we can work them in, like we did with the other skill build, with the other build planner. It's not too bad at all. But it's just, I think between all the skill requirements we have, we just can't fit them in. I don't think. What do you think about trying aerial assault and these feather bursts, wing bursts? What are these wing bursts? Do they have them in the video here? I think that's those little daggers that it throws. Do they shotgun bosses? Yeah, I don't know about this channeling thing, but... It's AoE. We tried generating the shadows outside of Synchronized Strike and it just doesn't work very well. I don't think. I think Synchronized Strike is the best way. The other issue here is I don't know if this is gonna shotgun. I don't know if it's gonna have enough AoE to hit the same, or let's say a boss 5 times. So I don't know. This one has too many question marks. Let's try to think about aerial assault. Can we scale aerial assault damage? If it does a shotgun, it's a meme. Yeah, it has to shotgun. I agree. It has to shotgun. Acid Flask is a really weak skill, unfortunately. Bleed, I think, is legit. But I think a lot of people are going bleed already. So I want to try something a little bit different. Let me try this Falcon or Feather Burst thing. Let's see how much scaling it does. Does anybody have the scaling numbers? Does anybody know the effective damage or whatever, the damage scaling? But basically it would look like this. So we don't need these at the bottom. Definitely need this. Definitely need this. And then up here, double damage. And damage always applies to bosses. Not sure about these Umbral blades. And then on the bottom here, these are solid more multipliers as well. Aerial Assault now has a chance to grant you aerial prowess stacks on non-critical strikes and when you kill an enemy. Nah. Yeah, so something like this. This is 72% more damage. This is, well, this one is weird. This one is weird. We have to think about this one. How to scale this one. And then this is double damage. I'm not sure that it's enough between all of those. Area for DPS, you don't think it's good? It might be clunky. So is this scalable? I guess the big question is this projectile training, because everything else is so-so. The bonus here is that all of the damage bonuses from falconry, like this, I think they apply because it's global damage. So this applies to aerial assault, and these three should apply to aerial assault. This applies to aerial assault. This applies to aerial assault. Oh, but this is melee damage. And we're trying to scale throwing damage, so maybe we don't need this. Yeah, we don't need this mark stuff. That's fine. A portion of your global increased area for area skills now applies to the width of Falcon Strikes. Additionally, Falcon Strikes deal more damage. No. Yeah, so something like this. So let's read this again. A portion of your added, increased, and more throwing damage modifiers now apply to the wing burst. So if you have all of our flat throwing is going to apply. All of our percent increase throwing, and that's fine. But do we have any sources of more throwing damage? Like global more throwing damage? You think this one? It has a 10-second cooldown though. And even if we have, let's say, 100 throwing attack speed, this is still going to be only 225. So like 3-second cooldown, let's say. Roughly. Three-second cooldown. And I don't know how many feather knives this releases. I don't know what their effective damage multiplier is. Maybe, I don't know. It's hard to tell. I don't think they would showcase that one in here. Let me see. Actually, they might. Let's see. Falconry. Which one is this? Is that Falcon Strikes? Oh, I think this is the falcon throwing attack thing. All right. With all the acid bombs, okay. Problem is, where do we take it out of? Where do we find 4 points from? We could definitely take these two. Maybe 2 out of here. Yeah, something like this could work. Yeah, so something like this could work. The problem is, though, yeah, I feel like this Feather Storm should have a lot more damage. Than compared to, let's say, this Feather Knives. Just because we have so many other multipliers working for this Feather Storm. Like there's a double damage here, there's close to a double damage here. The only good thing, or sorry, one of the nice things that I can see when it comes to this kind of setup, based on this Feather Storm or whatever, is we have actually 2 slots open. We don't really need to run Dive Bomb. I don't see a benefit to it, really. Does he have any throwing attack stuff in here? I don't think so. Does it benefit Aerial Assault? I don't think so. I guess it has Traversal Skill cooldown recovery. But still. I don't know. We could theoretically just respec out of it. And then we can have 2 more utility skills. So, what would be good? We cannot run Shift because this is a Traversal skill. I guess we could run Net. Falcon damage to netted enemies. Left branch on Dive. Dive Bomb and Feather Fall. What is Feather Fall again? Oh, Feather Fall up here. Before your Falcon dives, it now uses Feather Fall that causes razor sharp feathers to strike around a number of enemies in an area around the target location. Okay, fascinating. What's that look like? What's that look like? Bam! I like Dive Bomb's animation. Yay! Bam! That's very satisfying, I gotta say. Okay, so this is the one on the top left. So what am I looking at? It's so hard to tell what's going on. 1 second. We're gonna slow it down. Let's slow it down. So what's going on here? So okay, are we activating? What? Oh, okay, so right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, 8. So he dropped 8 knives before exploding down. Oh, okay. I wonder if that's shotguns. Hey, Armila, you're too kind. Thank you very much for coming by to say that, man. I do appreciate it. Hey, this Featherfall could be interesting though. Because against a single target, it's gonna hit it 8 times. I wonder what the damage scaling on it is. Do they list that here? No. It's just so hard to gauge what's going on. I want to hover. Is this hoverable? Featherfall? Like, what is the percent damage effectiveness and whatever? So we know it hits 8 different, or sorry, it hits 8 number of times. No, we know it throws 8 feathers. Can 8 feathers hit the same enemy? Armeliath! Thank you so much, man. Thank you for the prime. Which build is your favorite, by the way? Thank you and welcome and irashaimasu. Before your falcon dives, it now uses Featherfall that causes razor-sharp feathers to strike a number of enemies in an area around the target location. That could mean the same enemy, though. Earthquake? Yeah, I'm afraid. I share the same fear. You know how they... You know how there's a arachnophobia, fear of spiders. There's whatever. There's all kinds of phobias. We should make a word for fear of nerfs. Nerfophobia. I don't know. Does that sound right? Nerfophobia. I think that sounds better. Lack of earthquakeophobia. Yeah, man. I suffer from the same ailment. I wake up every day and I go, is today going to be the day when they nerf my earthquake? Monday. We're going to see patch notes on Monday and we're going to know. We're going to know on Monday, guys. Just take a deep breath before you read those primalist patch notes. I'm going to do a stream, by the way, on the patch notes. When they drop them, I'll do a patch note overview and just reaction or whatever stream. I'll try not to read them beforehand. I'll try to just kind of... Maybe I'll try going online and on stream as soon as the patch notes drop. I should be able to do that. So, but anyways, feathers thrown 8. I think 8 feathers can hit the same enemy, no? And then dive bomb and featherfall hits grant you a stack of whatever. Crit strike and crit multi per stack. So if you get 9 hits, 8 from here, 1 from the dive bomb, that is 27 crit multi. That's not very much. If dive bomb hits your explosive traps, they instantly explode. What? Well, that sucks. Yeah, this is useless. Yeah, so maybe Featherfall is good because you guys remember, maybe not everybody knows this, but sub skills that are within a certain skill tree benefit from more multipliers for that skill. So for example, dive bomb deals more damage. This 18% more damage for dive bomb should apply to Featherfall as well, because Featherfall is a sub skill of dive bomb, if I understand this correctly, right? So this 72% and then this 80% more damage, both of those should apply to Featherfall. So maybe we can scale Featherfall. Not to mention that we're going to get more damage from here. More damage from Explosive Trap, of course. Oops. So maybe Featherfall could be interesting. I don't know. I'm just thinking maybe there's a throwing throwing Falcon damage build. Your Lord, they do, man. Sub skills benefit from more damage multipliers on the main skill. They do. I mean, we're talking about Earthquake. Earthquake is a great example, right? Let's see if I still have it back here. No, they do. Even if the skill modifiers does not state it, they still benefit. Earthquake is not a good example because it's actually very explicit about its bonuses. But something like, let's see, let's look at some of the newer classes. Something like Lightning Blast is a good example. So Lightning Blast, if you get more damage for Lightning Blast, there's not that many more damage multipliers. Okay, front loaded. Applies to Spark Nova as well, front loaded. Because Spark Nova is a sub skill of Lightning Blast. So, yeah, so more damage multipliers that apply to the base skill, to the main skill, also apply to sub skills. What's a good example? What's a good example that we can test in the game? Bro, test it. Test it. You can't just say no. All right. I'll test it. Let's pick a skill. I like testing things. Marrow shards with the marrow whatevers. Let me pick Lich here. With the marrow explosions. So we need something that says more marrow shards damage and is not explicit about which one. So this is too explicit because this is also, so maybe right here. More damage against bleeding enemies. Yeah, okay. So we can try it with this one. Let's try with marrow shards. Here we go. I'll throw up the game here. Is marrow shards a good example? We're talking about marrow shards and marrow... What is it called? Bone splinters. Marrow shards and bone splinters. Right? Bone splinters is a sub-skill of marrow shards, right? Let's take a look. See. Do we have enough skill points? We don't have enough skill points. Let's fix that. +3 plus 4. Give me a +4. +3 again. Really? Alright, we'll use +3. We'll use +3. So we go 4 here. No, they're not gonna... Okay, let's try it. We might be able to make it work. Let's see if we can make it work. Yeah, this is my offline inventory. from way back in the day. I haven't played on this inventory in like a year or so. Maybe it's 8 months. Anyways, let's see here. So we popped that. Both dummies got hit for... we don't want crits. So both get hit for like 2k damage. Yeah. Both get hit for roughly 2k damage. So if we double this, it's still 2k damage. Where's the bleed? Oh, I'm converting my bleed. Let's take out the bleed. Let's try this again. I was converting all the bleed into ignites. So roughly 2k damage. Yeah, 2.4k damage. Okay. So 5k. So this didn't work on the what do you call these? Bone splinters. But in other cases it does work. Let me think of a different example. Marrow shards hits. I think these older skills are more explicit in how they used to write them. But nowadays they don't follow that same rule anymore. What's a good example to look at? I think Lightning Blast on Sork is not Lightning Blast, but Halo effect, Spark Nova. Let me see. I think Spark Nova is a good example. Or even Mana Strike. But do we have enough more multipliers for that? No, we don't have more multipliers in this tree to test. Do we have enough skill points for this one? Yeah, let's test Lightning Blast. Let's try Lightning Blast. I should have enough skill points. Let me try one. Here we go, level 100 Sork. Hey, Cyborg Works! How's it going, man? Okay, so we need plus Lightning Blast. Plus 1 lightning skills, that's not bad. But we don't want spark charges, actually. Oh, look, we already have plus Lightning Blast. Nice. Oh, yeah, I was already testing stuff with this. So, Lightning Blast. Okay, so we only have 4 points left. That should be enough. Let's see if the AoE is big enough. So 33 damage, right? We're dealing 33 damage on the dummy. And we're dying. Slowly dying. Okay. So 33 damage. Do we have any more multipliers? No. 57 damage, right? So right there is a good example where Spark Nova is a sub-skill of Lightning Blast. And Lightning Blast deals more damage. Is applicable to Spark Nova, right? Like it's pretty obvious to test it right here, right? Like this. You can take it out, Try it with and without. The damage changes. And this is only getting hit by the Spark Nova. It's not getting hit by the Lightning Blast. So when you have more multipliers, as long as their wording is generic like that, Lightning Blast deals more damage. Very generic wording. It applies to sub skills as well. At least that's the direction that ESG have headed towards in the recent 2 to 3 years. Shatter Shock? Shatter Shock doesn't? Shatter Shock is like the best multiplier. I wonder why. It says hits. It seems like it should apply. Let's give it a try. Do we have a source of shock and do we have shock? Actually, no, I don't want those. Ah, damn it. Here's some shock. Shield. Shield we can grab as well. Alright, let's give this a try here. $37. 40. 56. 46. Yeah. It doesn't seem to be that high. It should be higher than that. Yeah, that's a funky example, I guess. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it applies. That's hilarious. Conditions don't get passed down. So it's just the generic stuff, hey? Mark, you did a rough smoke bomb and dive build. Can you send it on Discord? There's no links in actually on YouTube. Yeah, I don't know if there's links. I don't think so. Just send it on Discord. It's easiest. It has to be the most generic state, hey? Yeah, so right. Makes sense. Yeah, so if it's generic more, how about stuff like this? I mean, Meteor doesn't have sub skills, but what if it says more damage of some damage type? Let's say lightning. It should apply, right? Yeah. Agreed. Okay. Red Frost? Yeah, I'm not sure either. I kind of get the sense that it might be difficult to get it to hit 5 times. Okay. This is the build planner for Mark. So you're saying dive bomb? So you're playing crit vulnerability, you're getting 4 feathers thrown. You're hitting the 5 stacks here for a little bit of MS. So what do you think will be the most, the greatest source of damage here? Where do you see damage coming from? So you're not going with the shadow route, and that's fine. Oh, you didn't even do the smoke bomb, hey? You went down this rabbit hole super deep in October. Well, thanks for confirming. That's perfect. Yeah, that lines up with my understanding as well. More damage multipliers on the main skill apply to sub skills, but it's good to know. I think I don't remember knowing at all that conditional ones don't actually work. So that's good to know. So, but either way, this feather fall should benefit from generic multipliers like this. Dive bomb deals more damage. That definitely should benefit feather fall. Same with dazed prey. These are very generic multipliers, just as generic as it can be. So, yeah. Maybe there's like a feather fall build. I don't know, man. I'm not seeing the perfect build, to be honest. Should, yeah. Something that I think everybody that has played Last Epoch for a long time has learned is that you should test everything. Test everything. Even things that say stuff, oh, you get 5% more damage. Yeah, you better test that as well. Sometimes it doesn't work. Sometimes it doesn't get implemented the way that it is worded in the skill or in the item. Yeah, not always. Not always. They need a QA guy just testing through stuff. Anyways, I think I might need to sleep on this, guys. I think I have a pretty good idea and pretty good feel for the skill tree now. But I just want to think about what's going to be the greatest AoE skill. They need a good skill writer. Also, if a sub-skill has a sub-skill, such as Holy Eruption being a sub-skill for Consecrated Ground, which itself is a sub-skill for Judgment, generic Judgment damage will get passed down to both sub-skills. That's good to know. Hey, another good example is Lich. This is something that I tested a bunch, I think. Inferno Shade and this Fire Burst. Fire Burst? These more damage for Inferno Shade? Yeah, they definitely work on Fire Burst as well. Greatest AoE? Hey, I know. I tested Ballista Explosion like a year ago. And the AoE is phenomenal. The damage is trash though. So unless we scale damage, which there were some options for damage scaling, but without damage scaling, it's just not a good skill. So here's some damage scaling. After landing all of your active ballistas prioritized, blah, blah, blah. So this is okay, but they're so short-lived that it's a little clunky. Oh, the other one that I looked at was not you. Sorry, my bad. Wait, which one is from you? Sorry, just let me finish my train of thought here with ballistas. This, I feel like this is a little clunky for damage increase. What does this do? Directly using blah, blah, blah. Consumes all of your aerial prowess. So you can give him a little bit of damage. Still not great. Nothing here. And this is a way to spawn them cheaper. So this is a good option to cast them cheaper. Wait, so you're telling me that this node got reworked? This node right here, more damage per dex, 2%. This one? It's 2% per dex, right? Well, anyway, I can't remember when I tested it, before or after this node. I think I tested it after this node change, and the damage was still not great. Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. 4.8%. Yeah. Right. Even after this, I'm pretty sure the damage was still meh, and the build felt clunky. Basically, what I'm trying to say is the Falconer tree. They might have changed the ballistas in the patch notes, so he might know something that we don't know. This is why, you know, community testing is. This is why they have a non-disclosure on the community testers. You know what I mean? So even if he's trying to insinuate that something is really strong, that's still against the NDA, I think, but you can spam them with with explosive traps. I mean, sure. It's probably more manageable. But again, the bottleneck was damage, not really the spam. I think bottleneck previously was not AoE, was not mana, was not spam per se. They were very clunky to spam for sure. Like the activation was so slow. Base speed 1.833, use duration 0.6 seconds. Awful. And doesn't have any speed scaling. That's the worst part, is that it doesn't have any speed scaling. Whereas this, it scales with your throwing attack speed. Cyborg Wars, you're part of the community testing, hey? Yeah. I hear ya. You don't want to, you know, ESG have given you this opportunity, this privilege. You don't want to mess it up and screw with their game development, obviously. See, I didn't even community test, so I can talk about whatever I want. And also, I don't have any insider information. I have not gone out of my way to ask people, because I legitimately don't care. You know what I mean? The patch is going to come. The 1.0 is going to come. Whatever is going to get nerfed is going to get nerfed. It's all good. We're going to survive. Life goes on. So, shame that we didn't get a Falconer class. It's just a small bird, not one of those giant Falconers. You want like a rock. Yeah, it's not worth it. I agree. Longest week ever. Yeah. But yeah, we'll see. Maybe Ballista gets a bunch of damage love, because that's kind of what it needs. Because the other issue with this armed construction is all this other dexterity scaling, like attack speed, blah, 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 all of a sudden is useless, right? Hey, Majarotti, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Thank you so much. Welcome to Irashaimase. Giant falcon with ballista on it. You want it to be riding the ballista? Hey, that's a great idea. A falcon ballista combo. Yeah, so I don't know about ballista. Maybe there's some buffs coming, but currently the only increases to damage to the ballista is this node right here. And you need to be scaling int. It's viable, but it's a little bit clunky. So I don't know. Really, the other thing that ballista needs is a duration increase. Currently, the duration of ballista is just not good at all. So if you can get a duration increase on ballista, pair it up with the experimental affix on boots that teleports minions with you, right? Minions teleported with you, so that you can actually have, let's say, 5 ballistas, and rather than wasting your time resummoning them all the time, you can just teleport them with you. Why do they have to expire after 3 seconds? Ballista is just such a dumb skill right now, honestly. If they can make it so it survives like 30 seconds or, I don't know, 15, 20 seconds, I would be very happy. It used to be such an OP skill back in the day too. Twitch drops? Yes, I have applied for Twitch drops. Hopefully they should give me Twitch drops, I think. So I'm looking forward to that. I should have it. Ballista potion replenishing. Yeah, that could be funky. Mass potion drops. Only thing you're unsure of is what the explosion actually scales with. This explosion? What do you mean? Imagine the aerial assault and TP Falconer. How would that work? Yeah. Because it's already flying with you. Yeah, how would that work? We got to test that out. We got to test that out. Yeah, okay, so I think I need to think about more Falconer builds. The one I have so far, I think it's good. I think that one is legit. But I still need to think about a second one. There are some nice uniques and effects that trigger on potion use. With Ballista, you have unlimited potions. Yeah. It's probably something viable there. But playstyle can get a little bit clunky because you got to go and pick those potions up. You got to go out of your way sometimes. I don't know. Is there a way to reduce its duration? I guess if it explodes, does it drop both potions? Or no? I've never tested that out. Yeah, I mean, but you got to move if you're in a mono. Right? If you're playing monos, running around. Gotta keep going. Gotta go fast. So is this your planner, Mark? Is this the one from you? Can you confirm? So you've got dive bomb. Okay, here you have the wings of shadow. This is probably from you, hey? So you're running bow damage. The crit chance on this thing is pretty nice. Mass ward from the shadow creation. Ward on kill on gloves. We don't have any ward retention though, not too much. I wonder if there's a way to get ward retention other than obviously the cheesy gloves. The cheesy gloves. Ay, ay, ay. Dual wielding bow and cleaver. Cleaver solution for dex. Cleaver solution in a bow. Can you imagine if it was in a bow? Your dex is equal to your int. Like a bow like that. Yeah. Then you're going to run Ballista. Because then you can do, you know, this thing right here. Int scaling with your Ballista. Cleaver goes to helm slot. And it becomes a dex thing. Yeah, good old Cleaver. Cleaver probably should get nerfed though. When I saw that item, I was like, what? Why is the effective level legendary potential so low? I remember when I first saw it. I'm like, what? How is this happening? Is this reality? So yeah, I can dig this build. I just... Does this base crit pass to the Falcon? I don't think so, right? Because I think this is for added crit, not base crit. I don't know. These things need to be tested. Problem is, testing crit is difficult. Because you gotta, yeah. You gotta hit so many times and check numbers, I guess. Falcon skill do not take damage from weapon unless it's minion added damage. They do get benefits though, right here. A portion of the highest of your global increased melee throwing bow now apply to all of your falconer damage. So there's just certain skill nodes that make it apply. Right here, trained to hunt. Falcon gets 5 plus 5% passive. What do you mean by that? Oh yeah, I mean you mean this one. Yeah, yeah. So it has 10% flat base crit. Right. But there's also this node right here that actually converts your flat for Falcon as well. Falcon gets so many bonuses, man. It's actually ridiculous. But this one converts your flat damage, melee, throwing, or bow, into melee flat damage for the Falcon. Dual wielding? Which one? Leap with spear. Talon knives. Talon blades. Oh, this one? Oh, okay. If you're dual wielding, a portion of the damage specific stats from both of your weapons apply to your Falcon's dive bomb. Okay, so yeah. So maybe there's something to build around from this one. A portion of the damage specific stats from both of your weapons. What the hell does that even mean though? A portion of the damage specific stats from both of your weapons apply to your Falcon dive bomb. I think that applies to both flat and percent increase, no? How do you read this one? A portion of the damage specific stats. So that they're trying to word it as generic as possible because it sounds like I think it applies flat damage and percent increase. Yeah, almost the entire weapon. Yeah, I kind of think, yeah, the entire weapon. Damage specific stats. Damage specific stats includes the implicits as well. And it's from both of your weapons. So that's nuts. Maybe that's the play. Maybe we do a dual wielding. What's a crazy weapon? So here's the play. Certain weapons are really bad because they have really slow attack speed. But we're not going to actually be attacking with that weapon. We're just passing that bonus to our dive bomb. So if there's a one-handed weapon with awful attack speed but great bonuses, that's perfect for this, especially because we're going to be using throwing attacks. And throwing attacks extra ignore your weapon's melee attack speed. So like a one-handed mace. Yeah, damage reduction will be a problem. I completely agree with that. But like one-handed mace, look at this. I wonder if this melee crit multi will apply. Because this Doomstar would be insane, right? 59 base, 90% crit multi. No, I totally agree with you guys. This is the glass cannon build. But, you know, just for memes, indulge. Indulge the memes, guys. Indulge them memes. How about melee attack speed? Do you think that applies? All you have is armor? No, I agree. Well, basically what we're losing is the glancing blow. We're losing 60-70% glancing blow. Is that something we can recover from? Maybe. Yeah, do you think the melee attack speed applies? Probably not. Actually, we don't care about attack speed. That's not something we care about. Never mind. Yeah, I think if you go Doomstar, it's just we need to test this though. What is wrong with you, noob? Don't get hit, noob. If the Falcon is doing damage, you take having 50 max HP and no defensive layers. Cleaver solutions? I wonder. Does that apply? This is a damage. I don't know, man. This is so hard to tell. This is hilarious. What other options do we have? $200 melee damage? Hey, that's not bad. Honestly, though, I'm not sure that we even need it. Because Falcon Strikes already gives us a lot of flat melee damage. Do you know what I mean? You look at Falcon Strikes up here, you get flat melee damage. And you can stack a ton of it. So yeah, I don't know. I think there's some it gets diluted by this ability. I think we get diminishing returns to scale. Honestly. This isn't the same as sub skills, but you think it works the same. You could get increased dodge on katana and convert it to glancing blow. Right. Yeah. Do you think ailments are gonna work on this? Do you think ailments would work on this? Is ailments a damage specific stat? What do you guys think? Are ailments damage specific? What about crit multi? Is that damage specific? I hate wording like this. You think only flat and percent? Man, crit multi should. What about crit chance? What about flat crit? Like daggers, plus 4% flat crit. I have no idea. Like, I can only guess, but this is something that you just gotta test. You just gotta test. Anyways, I don't feel comfortable building around this node because I have no idea how it's gonna work. Yeah, Ballista has, I guess, but again, like we agreed, I don't know how they're going to implement this one. It might be totally different. Challenge to not make wording confusing. Impossible. It is impossible. This is something that we just got to test, guys. It does sound fun, though. I personally love building dual wielding builds. Dual wielding is sweet. Indeed, impossible. So, what about this one? 10% stun chance becomes 5% more damage over time. And then we can do... maybe. What do you think about this? We get more damage over time. We get 8 procs, 8 hits because of the 8 feathers. When it says dive bombs hits, do you think this applies to the feather fall? This is a tricky one. Cyborg Wars. What do you think? Sub skills. Do you think this applies to sub skills? Or does ailment stacking or ailment application is not? It should. I kind of feel like it should as well, but I have to test it to confirm. Like, so this is something that I think is going to be fun. Okay, so bleed dive bomb. Check this out. You go feather fall, 4 of them, right? We're not going to do the shadows nonsense. 5 stacks of bleed. And then stun chance stacking. And then you even get these ones over here. Can we get a +4, please? Can we get a +4? Minion physical. How about, does this work? Oh, excuse me. Raven's Rise, does that work? No, no Raven's Rise. So if we get +4 on an item, like on chest or whatever, that's a lot of damage. I would have to reduce the delay though. This delay is very annoying. Oh, you also need this point right here. This is a must-have. Yeah, so something like this. What do you guys think about this? You got the squirrel helm? Congrats. That's exactly what you're looking for, right? RNGesus. Be helm. Yeah, this should be 100% chance, right? So 5 times 8 feathers, if they can shotgun bosses as well. And then you can get more multipliers from this, more multipliers from this. I think this could be pretty serious DPS. And of course we can reset the cooldown by just throwing explosive trap a bunch. And also increase the DPS here. Also increase the DPS through all these nodes. Hey, do you think Rending Talons applies to Dive Bomb as well? The way I read it, I think it does, doesn't it? Is it global? Because there's so many global things here. More global damage. This doesn't say global though. These things need to be tested. Squirrel's getting nerfed, yeah. Dive Bomb lets you deal all of your bleed stacks at once? Where? Where? Where do you do bleed stacks at once? Ooh, instant bleed damage. That's 4 skill points though. Yeah, okay. Maybe. If we can get a lot more points. Interesting. So it basically converts every single bleed applied by Dive Bomb and its sub-skills to instant damage. That could be interesting. Rune of Ascendance. ROA is Rune of Ascendance. Yeah, He's right, yeah. You cannot obtain boss items from Rune of Ascendance. So don't waste your Rune of Ascendances. Just need 10 more points to work? Yes, only 10 more points. We're almost there, guys, right? No, I think this so far is fine. +4 to get a little bit more damage could be interesting. But otherwise, you could even think about these Talon knives. I don't know. Again, this is all up to testing. Rending Talons could be phenomenal if it's global. I don't think it's global though, because it doesn't have the word global, obviously. But it should be tested nonetheless. But I do think, you know, the bottleneck of bleeds is if you're not hitting enough times. But here we have 8 hits for free. So that makes bleed a lot more viable. That's 8 hits times 5 stacks per. And then, do we have any other sources of bleed for the minion? Maybe in the passives. It's probably a bunch of bleed things somewhere. You know, stuff that I ignore. Bleed chance. No, this is not what we want. Bleed and poison chance goes to A portion of your chance to bleed and poison on hit is applied to your falcon. So right here, this could be solid as well. 5 points. Half of your bleed chance goes to the falcon. Chests are insane for bleed, for minions as well. Bleed chance per sword. Yeah, so if we're dual wielding, we could have 240. 240 bleed, which 120 of that goes to the minion. That's not that much, to be honest. Big sacrifice. Tier 7. Nah, not worth. Not worth. Unique? What do you mean, unique chest? This one? Anyways. Yeah, we could play around with these all day long, honestly. I think, yeah, I need to think on these some more. The problem is, I'm much more confident in this build here. I think based on everything that the way it's written, it's much more viable than this. Could be dependent on things that, you know, they might not work as we imagine them to work. Oh yeah, that unique chest, I remember that. So yeah, it's just, there's a lot more risk. With this kind of bleed build. You'd have to test it out. Also, let me read this. More global damage. Yeah, so this applies to ailments as well. That's nuts. That is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Any other bleeds? A bunch of bleeds here. Oh! Oh! Caltrop hits from all sources, blah, blah, blah. Additionally, when an enemy walks over your caltrops, your falcon's hits gain additional bleed chance per 4 dexterity for 4 seconds. What do you mean it can stack unlimited number of times? What do you mean it can stack unlimited? What? How can they put this in the game? Unlimited number of stacking. Okay, so you just do caltrops and get infinite bleed on your on your birdie. 5 seconds? Dude. What if 10 enemies pass through? Does that mean like you get the benefit 10 times? Yeah, how does that... If 10 enemies walk through this, do you get 10x this? Oh, also, by the way, there's 4 points. So with 4 points, you get pretty much 1 dexterity is 1 bleed chance. And that can stack indefinitely, like infinitely many times. And you can throw another caltrop. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. And I think caltrops, you can do that in other skills as well. Like in here, you can do caltrops. So yeah, you basically just spam a bunch of caltrops. I imagine the caltrop bonus on this aerial pursuit works on net as well. Okay, not indefinitely, but infinitely. Because infinitely many stacks are doable. There's no limit to the number of stacks. Does Ellie have viable builds for attribute stacking? Particle Life, yes. I'll give you my favorite build for attribute stacking. A build I made recently. It's called Earthquake, damage over time, aftershocks. Right here. Here, I'll give you a link to the build planner. There it is. This is like the endgame setup. So, you know, this is what you want to aim towards. Attribute stacking is pretty much the new meta. Every single class it's being pushed to attribute stack. So here's the build planner for you with some solid attribute stacking. 150, 150, strength and int. But anyways, this caltrop stuff looks pretty crazy to me. What did the passives do for caltrops? Chance to throw caltrops on dodge. Alright, so even more caltrops. Okay, so these are not phenomenal, but this one right here on the net, when using net, you drop caltrops. So you can stack so many caltrops. Because this has no cooldown. Yeah, you can spam caltrops and then get ridiculous amounts of bleed on your falcon. Yeah. You're definitely going to have to spam net, right? Because it has no cooldown, it has no mana cost, you can spam it. The only issue is then you're foregoing 15% more damage. Which applies to bleed as well, by the way. I think it definitely applies to net. Are there any two-handed melee classes like a barbarian that don't use any magic? Their class system is very different. It's not kind of set up in that way, but I don't know. What's closest to barbarian? Beastmaster? Druid? It's not druid, I guess. There isn't really a barbarian class, to be fair. A two-handed melee class. Warlord? VK has a ton of magic. VK has like 3 or 4 magic skills in pretty much every single build. Like volatile traverso or whatever. Well, spin to win is fire and void. Yeah, no, it's there isn't a 1-to-1 mapping to a barbarian. That's for sure. Yeah, I think Beastmaster is your closest bet with like Upheaval and Earthquake. Beastmaster, Earthquake, Upheaval is what you want to go for, and maybe Swipe. Falconer, yeah, doesn't have... Actually, Rogue has no magic. But Rogue doesn't look like a barbarian class, does it? At least not to me. And also it doesn't use two-handed weapons. So that's too bad. Falconer for barbarian? Falconer for president as well. Might as well. Anyways. Yeah, so I think something with bleed maybe. The only issue is if you're spamming net, you're not spamming explosive trap. And I'm fairly certain explosive trap spam is optimal for any Falconer build. It just gives you too much % more damage. And it applies to bleed as well. So why do you care about more bleed stacks if you can make your existing bleed stacks deal more damage? Falconer is Illuminati. Indeed. Falconer does have two-handed node. That's right. Valkyrie. Oh, this node should have said Barbarian, not a Valkyrie. And it should have been a leap with a two-handed axe. What is this spear stuff? Lame. If you're wielding a spear, you also leap to the target location when you dive bomb. I like how they add literally just one spot that synergizes with spears for rogue. Actually, that's not true. They added a few more. If we go into spear here, look at these. Wow. Melee damage per 10 dex with spear. Wow. So let's say we have 100 dex. You're telling me that I'm going to get 7 melee damage? No. Really? 7 melee damage? Am I not reading this correctly? That's all we get. And it's like, it does not scale with points invested in the node. 7 melee damage. How about this one? All right. Here we have more spear support, guys. Spear support is here. It has arrived. We get increased damage with spear, 6% per point. And bleed chance with spear, 10% per point. That is 80% bleed chance at max. Time to turn on that Amazon. We can revive the Amazon. We just need, Lightning Fury. Wait, there's more. 5-point bonus. There's more, guys. Even more spear support. You have increased attack speed with flurry while wielding a spear. Okay, not bad. You have increased range with puncture. 60% increased range with puncture. Okay. And 30% attack speed. Okay, 30% attack speed is all right. It's all right. But is it going to make me use a spear? I don't know, man. I don't know. But hey, wait. What about with the net? You know how net is supposed to proc puncture? If you're using a spear... Wait, no, over here. If you're using a spear, is it going to proc puncture from a further away? What do you guys think? Just use a bow if you want range. Yeah, that's a pretty long range puncture right there. I bet you it does not increase the range. Oh, you think there's a unique spear that is going to suck and nobody's going to use? One-handed range spear. Yeah, the Spartans would be proud. One-handed range spear. That's like Titan Quest 2 right there. We gotta wait until Titan Quest 2, okay? Titan Quest 2 is gonna give you all the spear action that you want. One-handed, two-handed. It's gonna be glorious, guys. Anybody else here hyped for Titan Quest 2? Come on. I'm not the only one, right? We're gonna play Titan Quest 2. We're gonna spam. We're gonna take 2 weeks off work for Titan Quest 2 as well, of course, guys. Every big launch from now on, I'm gonna commit at least 2 days. At least 2 weeks off of work, if I have enough vacation days, of course. If I run out of vacation days, I'm done. But I took 3 weeks off work for Diablo 4. I do have some regrets with that. I wish I was only 2 weeks back then. Maybe even a week and a half. But I'm taking 2 weeks off for last epoch. Maybe a week and a half, actually. From Wednesday to Friday the following week. So, Titan Quest 2. You have my word. You have my PC, as Legolas would say. Upgrade to 6 days? I can't do that, guys. If I'm on the internet and like literally one person from work is like, oh, Cars said that he's sick today. Let's check out his stream. Oh, there he is. Wasted holiday? What are you talking about? Guys, you don't understand. I can't travel anywhere. I have kids now. I can't, we're done traveling. There's no more holidays for me. Kids are such a pain in the butt to travel with. We're like, all right, we're just going to wait for them to grow up. Then we'll travel places and enjoy life a little more. Oh, wasted vacation for D4. Part of it was wasted, yeah. I felt really burnt out for the third week. It definitely felt like not nearly as enjoyable. Literally, as soon as I hit 100, I started feeling like, what am I even doing with my life? The game had no end game, dude. The game still has no end game, unfortunately. Hey, Albenza. Welcome, welcome. You found the Warlock build? Looks amazing. Is there a way to practice in the campaign? I would recommend practice with Lich. There is no way to practice with Warlock. But yeah, just go Lich. And Lich and Warlock is going to be fairly similar playstyle. Somewhat similar passives here and there. You know, Lich is going to have a lot of int. You're going to get a lot of int from some of the Warlock passives. So you can practice pretty decently. You didn't even make it to 100? That game was boring? You think that's how many people feel about Last Epoch in 1 or 2 weeks too? I don't know, man. I have 2,000-3,000 hours in Last Epoch. So maybe some people, but I'll be okay. I'll keep playing. I'll enjoy myself. PvE players will definitely get bored. You think? Maybe. The thing is, PoE players, I think, will run into a little bit of what I might run into with PoE. You know, there's a little bit of a learning curve. Well, I guess it's not that big. It's not as steep as PoE for sure. But I suspect a lot of the PoE players will just look up other people's guides and do that. Or at least use them as starting points. You don't like playing the monos too much? You're the only one playing the Shaman opener for launch? I don't know. I think Aweezy was talking about Shaman opener. Aweezy's considering Shaman opener. Not guaranteed. I think he'll decide with patch notes, but a few people are looking into Shaman. I was looking at it today and I felt it was interesting. Let's just say that. Last Epoch doesn't have the varied content that PoE offers. That's true. That is true. You think a lot of them will drop the game fast? I think a lot of them will definitely drop the game when PoE season starts, which I think they said is going to be at the end of March. So, you know, they might play it for about a month. Would be nice if we have an app like PoB. I honestly, this is going to be a hot take, but I don't agree about PoB in Last Epoch because I think PoB would trivialize the build making process. And I think even in PoE, PoB has simplified it a lot. Unfortunately for PoE, it needs simplifying. But I don't know. I just feel like when you have a tool that does everything for you and it does all the math for you, it just feels like it's cheating a little bit to me. But maybe I'm biased. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Everybody. I think if you're used to PoB though, I can see where you're coming from. If PoB is the only way that you're used to making builds, and it literally is impossible to make builds in PoE without PoB. I don't know. You think not everybody likes PoB? Okay, so maybe it's not the spiciest of takes. That's good to hear. I thought I'd be the only one because I get a lot of comments on my YouTube. People are like, oh, This game should have POB. Where's my POB? Where's my POB? POB is love. POB is life. Yeah, I mean, I can see the value of POB. Hey, Charlie Gallagher. Thank you for the sub. And welcome, irashaimase. This game does have POB though, almost. LE Tools is pretty damn good, yeah. It does not tell you though, the only thing it doesn't tell you, and I think this is what people want, is it doesn't tell you, oh, if I switch from this affix to that affix, what exactly is going to change in my build? Is it going to be plus 3% damage, minus 5% survivability? People want that. People want everything to be spelled out for them, and so they don't need to do anything, you know what I mean? And that is something I can't get behind. That exactly, I agree with you, Shazu, is I don't want it everything to be spelled out, you know? You're the POB, now pull out a notepad and a calculator. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind doing that a little bit, honestly. If the game has a level of complexity like PoE, I agree. POB is a necessity. But if the game is at the level of complexity of Last Epoch, I don't think POB is a necessity, honestly. Yeah, I kind of agree. Do you think you can make a build with tri-element rune bolt using abacus rod? If you want rune bolt to be your primary source of damage, I don't think that will work well. Rune bolt doesn't have enough more damage multipliers, and it also has a really slow cast speed by default. For some reason, they implemented it so it's slower cast speed than other spells by default. So, you know, so it doesn't scale very well. It's just not a good main source of DPS. It's a better skill for utility, more so than actual damage. But maybe they patch it. Patch notes. Patch notes waiting room. You can calculate it yourself since affixes have set roles. It's not too hard. I kind of agree. And you can kind of see, okay, I'm increasing this stat by this much, decreasing that stat by that much. You know, I was doing some of that math the other day, you know, with the Warlock build. Changing more multi versus necrotic res. Tier 7 versus tier 5. Which one gives me higher damage numbers? Is it the necrotic res or is it the tier 7 crit multi? And it's just pretty straightforward. It's not spelled out for you, but if you know how the game works, you can do the math. Seems like to be the case with most skills you've liked. Yeah, Particle Live. I have some gripes with a lot of the skills being very, very far from viable. But hopefully EHG, now that they've released all 15 classes, I truly hope they go back and start cleaning up basically every single skill in the game and trying to make a place for it, because there's a lot of skills that are just utter and just complete trash. And yeah, they need to just revisit. They're starting to do the reworks, yeah. So, and not everything needs a rework. Some of it just needs, I don't know, here's a double damage multiplier. You know what I mean? I mean, look at Falconer. The Falconer freaking has like quadruple damage multiplier with 1 point. What is this? This is 1 point. You don't even have to invest in any other points in the skill tree. Not only that, it applies to every other Falconer skill. What is this? What is this? Yeah, just give it a point that gives you 5 times the damage. That solves everything. That is the Diablo 3 way of solving problems, though. I hope they don't go that route. Honestly, I hope they delete nodes like this one. This node does not belong in Last Epoch, in my humble opinion. If you want a node to give that much power, put it behind like 10-point investment. You know what I mean? Put it up here in the skill tree. You have to go through all of these garbage nodes to pick it up. Like, this is silly. It's literally right there. It's so silly. How do I feel about Falconer build design versus Blade Dancer? I'm still getting used to it a little bit. But you can feel the power creep. Every single new class, they're trying to make it cooler, and cooler usually means more damage, higher numbers, and so the power creep is real in this game. You can really see it with Falconer especially. Francisco Pimenta, what one button builds would you recommend for someone who likes to play chilled? Huh? One button builds. A lot of people like VK Warpath perhaps, but I think even VK Warpath has a bunch of button clicks. Maybe Paladin Warpath that autocasts Smite. You don't like Blade Dancer? I think Blade Dancer is very clunky in my opinion as well. Also, a lot of its skills are not usable. Like Dancing Strikes, Lethal Mirage are not really usable skills. Acid Flasks. So, Holy Paladin. If you do mana stacking Judgment, that's kind of a cool build where you cast a bunch of stuff and then for 5 seconds you chill. You know what I mean? So it is a little bit involved though. So you have to do your rotation of skill casts every 4 or 5 seconds and then you can chill, but it's something. Thorn Totem. Oh, okay, yeah, Thorn Totem is a pretty good example of a one button build. Yeah. Thorn Totem. No, I agree. Thorn Totem is the right call here. Thorn Totem is probably one of the most brainless builds out there. It's like we just run off. We don't even teleport. We don't even have mobility skills. We just run forward and cast Thorn Totem. That's it. That's all you need to worry about. Chill, easy mode. That is way easier than Warpath, actually. Blade Dancer effectively has 3 builds. Yeah, that's probably true too. Marksman, Meteor, Dragonfire procs is one button. Is that right? But Meteor is crazy cost, man. Yeah, I agree. All this damage, they might as well just multiply every single skill tree by that much damage. This is ridiculous. Yeah, I don't like this design. Giving this much power right at the front. And also, rarely do we have this much power in a skill tree that benefits multiple other skill trees. This is a brand new design that I don't like as well, by the way, guys. The falconry skill tree benefits all of these other skill tree. Multiple skill trees. You know, these two at least. So, yeah, I don't think that's good design, to be honest. But whatever. We'll see how it lands. And it's the first time they're doing that. They have stuff like, oh, activating falconry gives you 20% damage or 50% more damage for aerial assault. So they have direct benefit like that, but they've never had benefit like, oh, you get global damage. And not like 500% more global damage. This is crazy. So I don't know. Falconer is a bit of a weird class. We'll see how it shapes up. Yeah, Postia, I agree with you. Gap between old and new is massive. But they're trying to rework old and new at the same time. They're reworking Shaman right now. The only good news here, guys, think about it. This is what I was thinking about as well. You know how we have fear of Earthquake getting nerfed? Earthquake nerfophobia, the ailment that we described earlier. Well, I don't think they're going to nerf Earthquake after they've introduced something as ridiculous as Falconer, okay? The more multipliers on Earthquake look like child's play compared to Falconer, all right? Earthquake is going to go through this patch. You heard it here first. No nerfs for Earthquake. Justice for Earthquake. All right, okay. Let's hope it happens. There we go. Normal. Say goodbye to nerfophobia until Monday. Then we'll see the patch notes. Earthquake buff. Earthquake is a very old skill. It needs buff to keep up with falconry. How about an earthquake buff that makes it so that, or maybe we can put it inside the, I don't know, inside Fury Leap. Fury Leap increases your earthquake damage by 5,000% for the next 20 minutes. Yeah, no, hey, Yapostia is very clunky. It is very clunky. I personally hate the visuals and the sound effects for Earthquake. I would love them for them to rework the visuals and the sound effect. I love the damage I'm getting from Earthquake, but the visuals are brutal. The sound effect is like, I don't know, somebody put some soap in a bag and started bashing their pillow with it, you know, in their home, and that's how they came up with the sound effect. But it's just time to rework it, okay? Earthquake, the damage from Earthquake deserves better. It deserves better, guys. Justice for Earthquake. Come on. No nerf. No nerf. Only visuals and audio buffs. Please. Please. That's my wish list for 1.0. Very short wish list. Nothing else. I want nothing else. Oh yeah, Avalanche needs a rework. That's for sure. Maybe Avalanche can give more damage to Earthquake. Then I would use it, okay? Then it would be my new favorite skill. Okay, alright. I'll stop memeing. It's time for me to get some sleep. I'm so tired. I'm just full of crap. That's how tired I am. Anyways, sorry guys. Sorry I couldn't get 2 builds done today. I feel like I set out today with the intent to get 2 builds done, and we didn't get a second build done here. So I'll think about it, and I'll see if I can whip something together for Friday maybe. But either way, thank you for all the help, guys. Give me a recommendation for a raid. Give me a recommendation. Who do we raid, guys? Who is your favorite, you know, small to medium time streamer? We don't need to raid the big guys. I will try to think about, I'll try to multitask and get my work done, and at the same time think about Ellie. Yeah. There we go. Multitask. I cannot be firing LE2s though. That is for sure. That is not a thing. All right. So anyway, who do we raid? EMP. I've raided EMP so many times. Cute Dog. Where is Cute Dog? Oh, he's got 500 viewers. Is he from PoE? He looks like a PoE guy. The screen that's showing up is a page of PoE guys. That's a PoE. Looks like he's playing PoE, no? Alright, okay. We got 2 votes for EMP. I can get behind rating EMP. Let's give him a rate. I've rated him so many times. EMP is a cool guy. He's also a Dota mega fan, like myself. I am a recovering Dota addict, guys. I used to play a lot of Dota, but not anymore. I managed to get away from the habit, you know? I had to kick the habit when I got kids, you know. You can't play Dota and have kids. It just doesn't work. You get on a Dota game for 1 hour, kids start crying in the middle. You're not gonna drop the game. So your kids are gonna keep crying. It's not a great deal. It doesn't work very well. Alright. Let's do the raid. But anyways, thank you guys. Thank you so much for joining. And I'll be back on Friday. I'll see what we can do on Friday. Take it easy, everybody. You can't recover your Dota addiction already? 20 years of suffering. Hey, I'm also at around 20 years. Anyways, cheers, guys. GG's. Have a good night. And gochiso sama deshita.